So good morning, everybody. That's the cue for the chatter to slowly die down a little bit. Well, thank you very much for coming. We're really excited to be here again in person. So how many people have been to multiple water summits in the past? Can you raise your hand? So it's about 2/3 of the audience. Thanks. We appreciate your consistency in coming back. This is going to be repeated a couple times during the day, but those of you who are repeat guests realize there's some logistical issues that are a little different than in the past due to some of the room scheduling. So obviously, if you haven't already found the tent, all the exhibitors are in the tent right next to registration. That's where coffee is going to be throughout the morning. Please take a minute, drop through there, say hi to the exhibitors. You know, their paid sponsorships really help out with this event. And actually, the money from this event goes to the scholarship fund, so it directly benefits the students. So we really appreciate that as well. When lunch happens, we're actually going to be doing lunch in the Buell building, which is across the way here. So I'm going to make another announcement. I'm the last speaker before lunch, so I'll kind of get you going in the right direction. But if for some reason you're not here right before lunch, you're going to go outside past some really, really pretty paper birches that are all nice and yellow right now, and you're going to go into the Buell atrium, and that's where lunch is going to be. Okay? So with that, again, my name is Don Carpenter. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a principal at Drummond Carpenter as well as a professor of practice at Lawrence Technological University. I've been here since 2000, and it's been wonderful to have the continued support of the university behind this event. I probably should not steal any more of Jim's thunder. He'll probably say that in just a second. But it's my pleasure to introduce the president of the university, and he is going to say a few words, and then we'll introduce the speakers for the morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you. Good morning. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome you to Lawrence Technological University. Let me first ask a question. How many of you have been on campus before? Can you raise your hand? Okay, 80%, I would say. I think it's not going to rain significantly again for the next 5 hours, if Siri is correct. So I would like to invite you to maybe during lunch or afterwards to maybe take a tour of the campus. I know some of my colleagues here mentioned to me they were on campus last, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It is a completely different campus than it used to be even 5 years ago. Again, Lawrence Tech is a very unique university, as our colleague and good friend Don here knows. We are one of 13 technological, comprehensive doctoral and private universities in the country. And of course, endeavors like this and technical conferences within various areas relating to water or engineering in general or technology or robotics and automation, etc., are things that we do more or less on a weekly basis on the campus of Lawrence Tech. So thank you for coming and joining us and sharing your wisdom and listening, of course, to great presentations of, I am sure, very significant intellectual merit and broader impact. And hopefully you will learn, a lot, like hopefully I will, during the course of the rest of this day. Again, would love to, be able to host you on many more occasions. And we would love to also ask for your participation and support in some of our own activities on campus, and in particular, activities relating to our student projects within the College of Engineering in particular. I know some of you might be serving as part of our industry advisory boards, or, in maybe some other cases, supervising some of our capstone and senior design projects, and even master thesis. But I encourage more and more of you to peruse these opportunities. We have incredible students, wonderful facilities, and your help and your industry expertise would add a lot to their education going forward. And Don can tell you a lot about that, in the couple next, the rest of the day. And again, thank you for joining us. Pleasure having you on campus, and I hope you have a fantastic conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jim.
Thanks, Don. Jim Nash, I'm the Water Resource Commissioner in Oakland County. First of all, I want to thank JC and Kelsey, Alyssa that's out at the front desk for doing all this work around this, getting this done. It's really been amazing. I want to say Lawrence Technological University is a great institution. The first time I was on campus, I had just been elected as a county commissioner, and you guys did the green roof on the student building. That was at my first introduction of actually putting these things in place. I had been to a couple of events where they talked about them, and this was the first time I actually had that chance. I also remember you guys had that zero emission house that you guys did for a contest in DC, if I recall. That again was just caught my imagination, is how much you guys are dedicated to sustainability in the long run. That's what we're all about here in my office. I want to also thank all the folks in here that are from my office. It's great that you're here. I want to make sure that we're the best we can be, and I've gotten so many compliments just today about how my office works and how the folks that in it are so great. So I just want to shout out to you guys too. As always, this is going to be a very interesting event. A lot of things you won't have heard before. Hopefully you'll learn from new things, and we're reinforcing some of the old things. We're going to be able to talk about the legislation that's finally moving in Lansing for the first time in 40 years, that are actually paying attention to the environment, to water specifically. And it's great. We're going in a terrific direction right now. As long as we keep in that direction, we're going to be doing great things. Stormwater is the most important issue that's coming from climate change in the future as far as I can see. And we can't just address it with gray infrastructure, building more underground stuff, pipes, pumps, tanks, all the things that come with that, the cost to build them, maintain them, and then replace them eventually. We're looking at green infrastructure. The first time we had this 11 years ago, we talked about green infrastructure as what we need to go towards, these things that other people have been doing, and we heard about them, and we want to try to explore it now. Now we've been doing this for 10 years, 11 years. More and more communities are really understanding the need for these things and what we need to do in the long run. This is the answer in the long run to addressing the larger and continually larger storms. Green infrastructure, keeping that stuff on the ground, letting it infiltrate instead of filling up all our pipes, spreading pollution, potentially flooding, all the other things that can happen from these large storms that are coming. So this is what we're looking at. This is the long-term goals that we have to address. Sustainability, addressing the water, the water quality and the water, the amazing amounts of water that have fallen. We've had tremendous storms. We had a storm over 7 inches in a few hours back in 2014. Just in the past few years, there's been a bunch of storms in Detroit. We saw a storm earlier this year in Florida that delivered 25 inches of rain in 7 hours. Just staggering how much rain that is. There's no system in Michigan that could stand that kind of water. But they're on the ocean, so it went right into the ocean. But in the same time, it flooded everything. It flooded everything in its path. These are the kind of storms that we have to address in the long term, and that's what we're here for today and going forward. So I just want to thank you for being here. This is one of those things that I think we can really learn from, all of us. And I'm here to introduce Senator Rosemary Bear. She's been a tremendous friend of water for as long as I've known her. And what she's been doing at the legislative level and helping with us on affordability and a bunch of other programs has just been wonderful. Senator, please come up and talk.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me today. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for caring that much about this huge issue that we're all facing. I don't have a huge career history in water. I'm actually a computer geek. I have a master's from Lawrence Tech. Thank you, Lawrence Tech. Awesome school. I have been here before, yeah. But I have always been a volunteer, actually, my whole life. And it's always been about water. I lived on Lake St. Clair. And I grew up and raised in North Oakland and worked with the North Oakland Water Groups, worked with Sierra Club, and still do, and happily now have the Rouge, a little branch of the Rouge in my backyard. And I'll tell you what, in Lansing, sometimes it feels like people aren't really paying attention. In those storms that we just had where everybody lost their power, everybody lost their power, and we had so much water so fast, just Thursday. And I was calling all my communities. So my district is kind of the southwest quadrant of Oakland County and then a bit of western Wayne. So in Plymouth, I called the township supervisor and said, how are you doing? What do you need? How's everybody? Do people have power? Is everybody okay? And he said, well, we're at 94% capacity on our wastewater. And that was Thursday afternoon, and we knew it was going to rain again Friday night. What are you going to do? So what happens when it's over capacity? What's in Western Wayne? The Rouge River. So all the treatment plants going down that way, the spillover is right into the river. So over and over again, and growing up on the eastern side of the state, I lived in New Baltimore, the problems with the stormwater going in the sewer system, right? Everybody, so many places where they still go together. That's what causes the overflow right back into the lake. By the time I was an adult and moved away, beaches were never open. We hardly can use the lake anymore because of the mix of sewer into, you all know this, you're all there, you're living it. So we noticed it in Lansing too, that's a good thing. And we have a number of different initiatives underway. I'll tell you a little bit about where we are on some of the bigger ones. Commissioner Nash mentioned the water affordability, if you're familiar with that. That's been going on for quite a while. One of my colleagues, Senator Chang, started working on that years ago. But we have finally got the momentum and the leadership that we need in place to push this thing across the line. I work, part of my job in the Senate is I'm on the policy committee for the Environmental and Energy Committee. Also on the budget, I'm on appropriations, so I'm on the subcommittee for Environment and Energy. Also on the budget committee for Health and Human Services, which is where our water affordabilities will go. So a big part of this is how do we fund that kind of thing. So we are an inch away. We hope to actually get the bills introduced next week. And shortly thereafter, well, actually, did we introduce them yet? No, not yet. But hopefully within the next few months, we'll be able to get that across the line. And we will have an affordability program that will make sure that everyone in this state will have access to clean, affordable water to drink and cook and clean. Number one, huge step forward for us. Thank you. I have to do that. I only have 10 minutes, so no clapping. So that's a big piece. The other thing that we've been working on for a very long time is stormwater management utility for our communities, to give them a way to have a utility system in their local government. So we have legislation. Again, Oakland County has been a massive amount of help in putting that together. Sarah Rubino, I don't think she's here, but superstar. Just having the ability to create legislation to enable communities to build and fund their own stormwater utility, to make it okay to do it, give them the means to do it, a legal structure that allows them to do it, where we won't have a big battle and lawsuits every time somebody's saying, you're taxing me, you're taxing me. It gives you the option to take care of your stormwater yourself, or we'll do it for you if you don't want to. If you choose not to manage your own stormwater, if you choose not to do the thing that needs to happen, and it is hard in cities where things are old, it's often difficult if you're doing anything to add that kind of stuff in. So city's going to step in and help pay for that and help you do that, and you're going to pay a fee that's commensurate with that. So that is a big step forward for us. Also, we had to wait for some lawsuits over the last few years to complete some very important decisions that just came out that says, here is what it means to be a fee versus a tax. Here, if we want to do something that requires a tax, you have to have a vote of the people. And that takes forever. So the better answer is to have a fee that actually is appropriate to the thing that is needed right then. So you will pay the fee for your own needs for stormwater management, or you'll do it yourself. Either way, great system. So I think it's really going to make a big difference as we move forward, because it makes everybody feel accountable. It brings up one of the biggest issues we have, which is understanding that we have this problem and that we all have to be a part of it. So the third biggest piece that we're working on right now, we do some other things. We have drain code bills that we're starting to work on. They've got a ways to go. But the basic idea of, in Michigan, everything stops, all the water stuff stops at the county line. So Commissioner Nash is Oakland County. Water, of course, everyone knows that water reads maps and water stops at the county line, right? Because it's on the map, and of course it doesn't work that way, and it never has, and they've not been allowed to work together. So we're working on legislation that will actually enable you to look at watersheds and work as a watershed team, which makes a heck of a lot more sense. We've never successfully managed to tell water to stop at the county line. We actually had for a while, Macomb County's trying to sue Oakland County for pushing water into Macomb County, who's then pushing water into Detroit County, who then, or Wayne County is suing Nobody wins. We're wasting all our money on lawsuits. So working on it, very political, very, very, very political. The technical issues around water are huge. That's why we appreciate you all so much. The political issues are, sometimes it just feels almost insurmountable. But we are determined to get this stuff done while we have a chance at leadership here. So other than that, we think of it as carrots and sticks, right? So legislation is going to make you do stuff, but we're doing a lot of carrots. And so a couple years ago, I had written a water resilience budget for how we're going to survive the big water that's coming, right? How do we make sure that we have redundancy in big pumps so that major transportation systems can work, and how do we, all the big things that we need to build. $5 billion budget, of which over $2 billion actually got into the budget a few years back. Now this year, again, we got another $1 billion in grants and revolving loan funds, many of which are forgivable, to do everything from huge, Detroit-sized pumps to your septic. So one of the things we've learned is that across the state, 70-ish plus % of all septics in the state are failed or have already failed. And you know where that goes, right? I actually lived in North Oakland for a long time, and I know people. I, in fact, found a whole little community in my district up there where everybody had their own little pipe out the back because their septic had failed and they didn't have the money to replace it. We live on a rock basin, right? We have a big basin that's full of rocks. So if you have a septic in Oakland County, you're going to use dynamite to make a new septic field. You're going to use dynamite to make a well. So that's expensive. People just don't do it. We lived in northern Oakland. We had a lot of space. No one ever looks in the backyard. And so people would just put their own pipe to whatever the nearest stream or drain, or all over the state this happens. So we are working on funding grants and loans for individual homeowners with septic problems. Also communities like that one in North Oakland, the whole community has failed. They can't have restaurants. They can't have anything that requires a public restroom because there's no place for it to go. And every homeowner is in trouble. And it's all low income stuff. When you get to the real parts of the state, there's not a lot of money. So they're just not doing it. So we're helping at that level all the way to the top end level. Another $1 billion this year. We'll just keep pushing and pushing to get more of that kind of stuff done. I think that's all my major points. I don't know if I went over, and I don't know if we have questions. Is that allowed? Or am I done? Do you have any questions for me? No. Okay, that's great. Oh, the last thing I will mention is one of the bills that we're working on right now, along with the storm management utility, we're running another bill that I call the Storm Corps. So this is for helping groups, local organizations, individuals even, who can do bioswales and rain gardens and all the other things that we need to build. So we're really trying to focus on how to green. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Senator. As I said earlier, finally the legislature is looking at environmental issues seriously, and it's wonderful. Okay, so I get to introduce our keynote speaker. Shavian Scott is Managing Director of the Urban Resilience at the Center for Neighborhood Technology in Chicago. And she's going to be talking about remembering our why, the role of EJ practitioners in creating equitable, sustainable solutions. Please come up.
Okay, can you all hear me okay? Excellent. So I will say, usually when I have a live mic, I'm inclined to break out into song, but I'll try to contain myself today. So I'm Shavian Scott. In a posture of humility, I often like to say I serve. as the Managing Director of Urban Resilience at the Center for Neighborhood Technology, and really in any role that I have. It is my privilege to be here with you all today to talk about remembering our why, really thinking about what keeps us showing up every day, why we do what we do, and reflecting at times, pausing to reflect at times on our journey. So as I was thinking about this topic, I was like, there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack here, so let's get into it. As I was preparing for this trip and to be with you all today, I had the opportunity actually to go back home, to go back to the place that first inspired me, nurtured my curiosity, and made me who I am. East St. Louis, Illinois, you may have heard of it. That's home. It's what started me on the path to planner, strategist, EJ advocate, and practitioner. I actually remember being a very curious kid, a quiet observer, if you will. I noticed how my family and I often had to go outside of our community to access basic needs and amenities, from groceries to the mall or the movies. I wondered how my community could look so different from the ones we often visited. And who were the people with power and influence, the decision makers that could ultimately change the city's social and economic conditions. I wanted to become a planner before I even knew what it was called. And fast forward, I specialized in community economic development and land use. To me, that was the formula for neighborhood revitalization. Layer that now with an environmental justice lens, and my why was and is to ensure that every person and every community has the ability to experience a high quality of life and not lack basic needs. In other words, as you've often heard the famous quote, I wanted to be the change I wish to see. So East St. Louis, known as the City of Champions, at its peak, it was a city of more than 82,000 residents. At one time, it was the 4th largest city in Illinois, believe it or not. This is around the 1950s, and you kind of really don't hear about it too much these days. As of 2021, the population was 18,195. Yes, 18, not 80. And there continue to be signs of population decline. Now think about the implications of this on the physical infrastructure of the city. Vacant buildings and land, limited municipal resources and essential services, declining property values, fewer employment opportunities. I could go on and on. You can see from this slide just some of the highlighted areas. You've got more than 40% decline in population. Predominantly Black or minority community. Household income median, about 27,000, less than 30,000. And poverty rates around 29.3%. Let's look at these numbers for Detroit. Predominantly Black or minority, significant population loss, median income a fraction of the state, and poverty above 30%. I'd be remiss not to give a nod to my second home, Chicago. Predominantly white, much more diverse, less than 7% population decline, a median household income on par with state levels, and just above 17% of residents living in poverty. Socially and economically, there's a story behind each of these profiles. There are also a lot of people like us who want to see a shift in these trends. So I want to tell you a little bit about CNT, the company I work for. So at CNT, we work where urban form, the built environment and infrastructure of our cities, intersects with disparities by race and income. We work across sectors on topics including climate resilience, environmental justice, healthy housing, transportation equity, community-based planning, and nature-based solutions. Our mission, which we did a missions shift around 2020 in light of the pandemic, is to deliver innovative analysis and solutions that support community-based organizations and local governments in particular to create neighborhoods that are equitable, sustainable, and resilient. It was really important for the organization to focus in on those groups because of their independent power in their respective places, but also the potential and power and if they were to collaborate more often. And thinking about partnership opportunities at CNT, we center partners, the issue, and alignment with the project work from a mission, vision, and values perspective. In 2020, we modified our mission, centering CBOs, local governments, and equity. We all know what was happening in 2020. The organization paused to remember its why, and we continue to think about how to posture accordingly. I invite you to visit our website to learn more about the work that we do, and of course, to meet our phenomenal team. And thinking about our approach to this work, it's anchored in stakeholder engagement and community co-creation. And it's meant to amplify why community engagement matters and has guided our community engagement framework, which we'll get into. So why community engagement matters? When agencies create initiatives with thoughtful community engagement, the design and implementation is not based off of assumptions, but people's lived experiences, the end user. When disinvested and minoritized communities, they're more likely to benefit from the program than when they're not included in the design process at all. Unintended consequences, and of course harms from program implementation, can be mitigated. Actions to repair harms of previous initiatives can be taken, and community members are also empowered. Without community engagement, plans, programs, and initiatives can lead to substantial harm to communities. So our community engagement framework focuses on 5 key components. The main tenets of that engagement that we like to lean to are exactly these. 1, compensate residents for their expertise. With community engagement, you're likely looking for residents to offer their ideas, offer some solutions, again, based on their lived experiences. And this will help to guide successful implementation and thinking about various programs or initiatives to combat some of our greatest issues today. We want to partner with community-based organizations. When trying to conduct outreach to hard-to-reach populations, oftentimes you want to work with a group that is trusted and well-known. We like to establish resident advisory committees. These essentially allow us to find leaders within the community that can play an advisory role. Whether you have lived experience or very technical experience, we want to make sure that we hear and invite all of those voices to the table. We want to start early to build community trust. Instead of reaching out to community only when we need them, right? We think about how to engage with residents early and often. We want to create spaces that help to build community where residents can get to know each other and also the staff, whether it's our organization or others that we partner with. We want to make sure that we make genuine and authentic connections in the short and long term. This helps to build trust as well as inform agency initiatives, priorities, and future projects. We like to work with stakeholders across time and projects. This again just speaks to considering long-term, like invest in people long-term so that as different issues come up, as we continue to think about solutions, whether it's flooding or other environmental impacts, relationships are already there. They're already being built, and you have something as a solid foundation to continue to build on. So I wanted to highlight, in the spirit of this summit, of course, a few program models that CNT has used to approach community and stakeholder engagement, specifically for water issues. One of them is resident and municipal engagement for green infrastructure investment, design and project implementation. Our team, Urban Resilience team at CNT, is typically working alongside, again, CBOs, local governments, to do on-the-ground implementation. We're not the engineers, we're the data scientists and planners and practitioners across a multitude of subjects. But when we need to, we'll contract outside of our organization to make sure the right technical expertise is matched to whatever project that we're stepping in to solve for. Another project that I want to talk a little bit about is data collection and tool development. The technology in our name is tools. So, and thinking about the power of data and how we can best empower communities, that's definitely one that we want to dig into, specifically in response to the flooding issues that we've seen all over. Finally, a citizen science cohort education model. Also in the south suburbs, CNT, while we're headquartered in Chicago, we have a national reach. So we do both a very localized and regional and national approach. All right. So some notable projects and partnerships. Again, just thinking about what this summit is all about, what we're all experiencing, what we all may be directly or indirectly impacted by in our respective roles within that. I want to talk about a program we call Rain Ready, the Urban Flooding Baseline Tool, and our Civic Innovation Hub. So the first is Rain Ready, and I'll note that if you scan this QR code, I'm trying to stay hip with the times, it'll take you to our program website. So all things Rain Ready, you can grab them right there. Rain Ready consisted of a community planning process between 2014 and 2017 in the wake of intense rains and flooding conditions in Cook County. In that time period, CNT worked with the Army Corps of Engineers, Cook County, and 6 communities, 6 municipalities along the Little Calumet River. They were Blue Island, Calumet City, Calumet Park, Dalton, Riverdale, and Robbins. There were community sessions, surveys, interviews, all completed from over 2,100 respondents to create plans for each of these communities. This work actually went on pause in light of the pandemic. However, in 2022, Cook County recommitted and allocated $5.8 million from the American Rescue Plan Act to implement those documented plans. Because those plans were developed with community feedback, between 2014 and 2017, we could have easily at CNT said, these are the plans, let's get them done. But we also recognize that over time, priorities may have shifted, flooding locations changed, residents moved, and we committed to a subsequent community engagement process in which we pay a group of residents, both from the previous steering committee and new, to function as an advisory committee. The second phase of engagement is currently underway. So our team is on the ground, south suburbs in Chicagoland. We're getting stakeholders up to speed about Rain Ready, hearing about their priorities, being clear about what can be funded given the scope, right? $5.8 million may sound like a lot of money, but when you stretch that out, when you spread that around, it goes pretty quickly. We're asking them to prioritize a project that is, again, tailored to and unique to their community conditions. And we're finding alignment to initiatives that different municipalities are already taking steps toward. This creates the most impactful network of stormwater projects possible. As we continue towards implementation, there will be landowner engagement, right? We've got to make sure we've got permissions and approvals there. There'll be additional resident engagement and thinking about selected sites, as well as larger forums for a larger just education and awareness campaign to ensure that all of the community is in the know about what's happening around them. So the Urban Flooding Baseline Tool is another stormwater project CNT has worked on. It's a mapping tool and data resource to help residents and leaders you visualize 3 questions about flooding. Where does it flood? Why does it flood? And who does it impact? Again, this nice QR code on your screen will take you directly to this open source interactive tool. I want to emphasize all of our tools at CNT, again, created, developed in-house on the urban analytics side of our work, and they remain open source, they remain interactive. We are expanding our reach just based on what we hear from the public and from partners around priority areas of focus, but definitely check them out, even if it's not specific to your community. The Urban Flooding Baseline Tool provides both quantitative data and qualitative narrative within its interface. The intended audience was community members, and so elected officials, municipal staff are also a part of that. We chose these audiences because stormwater management professionals already have lots of tools and data to reference, even when imperfect. But for this project, we leaned heavily on working with residents so that the web tool was, again, intuitive and most useful for the audience it was intended for. We began with building a resident advisory committee, did outreach to residents who had been involved with the Rain Ready project, so again, connecting the two. And they knew who we were and trusted us, so they were willing to participate. Again, thinking about time, working across time and projects. In addition, we made sure to pay them for their expertise. Their insights helped us determine how to run the community data collection process and how to redesign the tool to better serve the audience. As part of this project, CNT decided to do a photo data collection process to identify where instances of flooding and pooling occurred in select communities. So we haven't covered all of the south suburbs just yet, but we're making our way. So this decision was made because CNT learned 311 data is actually fraught with racial implications. Communities that trust the city to do work are more likely to make calls or complaints. A lot of folks don't even know, right, what to use 311 for, why it's important or what happens after that. When communities don't trust government, often due to a history of racism or direct or indirect impact, they're less likely to use those types of tools. While the 311 system can provide an important data point for policymakers and agency leaders because it is data coming directly from residents, many lower resource municipalities don't actually have these systems and may not have a systematic way of logging residential complaints. For the collection process, we piloted a way for residents to be paid to take pictures of standing water after storm events, and here's why. It centers the voices of those directly impacted because they understand the experience best. It's happening to them in real time. Community members know the context most intimately, and it removes barriers for low-income and environmental justice communities to participate. Our resident advisory committee informed the pay rate that made sense, the area we could expect people to cover, and informed training materials. For outreach, we partnered with another agency who had been working to increase census completion and also reached out to those who had been part of previous projects. Again, this highlights the importance of long-term relationships while allowing new ones to be brought into the fold. It creates more robust community engagement. The resident data collectors went out, used a web-based app developed by our analytics team to take pictures of standing water, log the location, time after the storm, and potential impacts of standing water to residents. The data provides more insight into where flooding is occurring and how people might be burdened. For many agencies, conducting community engagement, part of the purpose is to collect data on opinions, thoughts, and questions from the community to inform the design or implementation of the initiative. But what often happens afterwards is that it gets analyzed internally. It may or may not actually be presented publicly. And the lack of transparency, of course, can cause harm and contribute to a lack of trust. So we like to do instead the following. We want to make the data publicly available in a format that is also accessible. We decode jargon. We use language that is, again, also very accessible and clear, not heavily technical. We talk about how the agency analyzed the data and talk about the nuances in the data. What are the trends? What is contradictory? We communicate how the data impacted the design process and where we may have made pivots. I cite this example with the Urban Flooding Baseline tool as a way to use data and communication to return power to community members. They're a big part of the processes that we go after and pursue, and they want to be involved. The last project I want to highlight is the Civic Innovation Hub. And this one is, again, ongoing right now. Actually, as I am here, they are preparing for their second field trip to wrap up their cohort and seeing specific sites impacted by stormwater or primed for stormwater infrastructure investment. And they get to actually co-design with our team and engineers to figure out, again, the best solution for them. But this particular cohort, it organizes residents in the Calumet region in partnership with local governments to get results on social, economic, and environmental infrastructure. Whether we're thinking about resilient stormwater management, providing education, data analysis and tools, community advocacy, and knowledge building resources or networking opportunities. We're piloting what could a successful model of community and municipal partnership look like. The whole idea is to engage and educate community members alongside decision makers and implementers so that they feel empowered to be part of the systematic process of stormwater management. Here again, we're paying residents for their expertise. We partner with community-based organization Faith in Place to recruit members. Again, thinking about someone that is known, trusted, on the ground. We're building community trust early before any specific campaign or project is determined. And we've been laying the groundwork so that a campaign and/or project can arise from within the group and be executed with their leadership. I don't have a QR code for this one because we're still building it out. But as soon as we're able to share more about this experience, which we're really, really excited about what the next steps could look like, I'll definitely make sure your team here is aware. You can see some of the cohort sessions on the screen from Stormwater 101, right? People see it, they feel it, they know it, they experience it, but they might not necessarily know the nuances or understand what to do when it happens. We talked about community organizing for climate resilience. We had a part 1 and part 2. For that, how do you mobilize a community when you feel like you're helpless? And also municipal planning and financing for climate resilience. Again, thinking about the two audiences we really wanted to be a part of this process. Here are some of our notable water projects and partnerships at a glance. The projects I've highlighted already allowed us to engage 6 municipal partners and 6 programmatic implementation partners to make these projects happen. Faith in Place, Field Museum, Calumet Collaborative, OAI, who is a workforce development partner, our Southeast Environmental Task Force, the City of Robbins, the City of Calumet City, and then residents from the respective municipalities of Blue Island, Calumet Park, Dalton, and Riverdale all make this possible. So I've talked about, again, data and kind of C&T's competitive advantage when we think about our placement and positioning. But I think we can all agree there's power in data. It's a big part of our work at C&T. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the tools, if y'all are interested in that. So this is, again, just a small sampling. But our suite of interactive tools, again, open source, available online through our website. You can link directly to these tools, play around with them. This QR code will take you to that full page. So even though this is just a sampling, urban flooding baseline we've talked about, quantitative and qualitative look at urban flooding in the Calumet region. The green values calculator. This is one that compares the performance, cost, and benefits of green infrastructure to conventional stormwater practices. Our urban opportunity agenda compares the performance. I'm sorry. I think I didn't update that one. But our urban opportunity agenda really looks at, our sustainability measures and how a lot of these different issues, whether it's stormwater, transportation, housing, how all of those things intersect with each other so that we can make decisions that are, again, sustainable in the short and long term. Our ETOD social impact calculator, this is where you can really see and discover the social and economic impacts of affordable housing development and the benefits of locating it near transit. There are many others, All Transit, the Housing and Transportation Affordability Index, the Location Affordability Index. These are, again, things that can just provide insights and help to further draw connections where you are just going about your day-to-day life and, again, thinking about experiencing and looking to solve for a lot of these issues. So I wanted to make sure I included time for us today to really pause and reflect. And I've shared my why. You've heard from me. I want to know yours. So what's your why? I'll give you a moment to really think about it. When you reflect on your personal and professional journey, where has your career led you geographically? I found myself born and raised in East St. Louis, Collinsville, went to high school at IMSA in Aurora, outside of Chicago, been in and out of that space up until now. Went to grad school at U of I in Champaign-Urbana. Woke up one day and said, I got to get out of these cornfields. And Chicago has been home ever since. I live, I work, I play there. So just kind of thinking about where your career can take you geographically. What has that looked like for you? When were you first inspired to do what you do? Whether it's continued education and learning, whether it's the fast track in your professional career. Is it service? Is it private industry? Is it government? Are you in a nonprofit? Is that your aspiration? What was the thing that first inspired you? And then who planted the seed for you? Like I said, I was just a curious kid. Like, I see stuff, I have questions. So most of them were just in my head. I would say my family encouraged me to be curious, to explore, to observe, to be a thinker, a doer, and I would even say disruptor. That's another title I would give myself now. But again, thinking about who planted the seed for you, but I would say even more importantly, as I opened with, what keeps you showing up every day? Whether, again, it's in your educational pursuits, your career advancement, when we retire, I don't think that's a thing anymore, but as we retire, like, what's that thing that keeps you showing up every day? So I wasn't sure how you all would be positioned or seated in the audience, but if you want to find a neighbor and just share your why, or I'll take a brave soul and let the rest of you off the hook. Take a brave soul who would volunteer to tell us your why. Anyone? Okay. And if it's not for the people, why are we here and what are we doing? So that's my why. Awesome. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Jay Jurgensen. I work on behalf of the Jefferson Chalmers Water Project in Detroit. And I grew up in a little town called Sodus near Benton Harbor. And my grandparents had a cabin on the beach. And before the Clean Water Act, we used to have to rake and bury all the dead fish that washed ashore.
Wow.
In order to use the beach. And then during my childhood, we lost 2 football fields of beach due to erosion. Since then, professionally, I've been involved in flood protection and large municipal water systems in New York and DC. And for me, the why is because I see the sewage and the flooding that's happening in our community as an equity and social justice issue, especially when the waste that comes our way doesn't start in our community.
Yeah.
All the sewage and combined sewage that comes and dumps in our neighborhood comes from either Grosse Pointe or Oakland and Motown. And so we're at the receiving waters of 2 significant watersheds. So I can hear the senators' comments about that. Can I ask a question too?
Yes, please.
I wondered if you could speak to the difference between community engagement and community decision making, and how you see those things as different.
Yeah.
And when you don't necessarily have control of the resources that are then implemented once the engagement process is complete, whether in fact community residents are truly empowered when they don't get to decide how to move.
Yeah, great question. So I will say, when thinking about community engagement, and I wasn't sure if you were going to throw outreach in there, because we always debate, like, community outreach is not engagement. But just thinking about community engagement, again, there's a difference between that and exactly what you described, right? Where's the empowerment if there is no accountability around decisions that are going to be made? That is the difference in our approach when thinking about establishing these advisory committees. Like if we know we're going into a physical space, we want to get to know the people that are there. We want to try to engage, right? We'll do outreach first, and then we'll try to engage. You may have heard, right? It takes at least 3 attempts for someone, if they've never met you, to like respond. Sometimes, some of y'all may be like one hit and they're in, they're sold. But yeah, just thinking about, you outreach to make sure people are aware and informed. You engage to try to make it a more personal approach and offer space, create space, right? To come together, to put a face with a name, to work alongside one another. But what you bring up is key. The advisory committees is our different approach to make sure that people have a space to come to, right? We'll host multiple meetings, right? If you have people who are very busy, hard to reach, or just stretched really thin, we want multiple attempts at giving them room to come and say what they need to, have their voice, and share with us. We do the added commitment, once you're on an advisory committee, like we do the added commitment of compensation because we want to know we're investing in them and we value their time, right? But a really, really big part, again, to your point, it is actually bringing them to tables with municipal government and decision makers so that they can co-design and co-collaborate. Mm-hmm. All right, maybe one more why? Yes, in the back.
Hi, my name is Nick Krantz. I am field coordinator for Hi-Fi. We do affordable photography technology. But I grew up in Roseville, just outside Detroit. It's a suburb that is just covered in concrete, right? I don't think I ever saw an open stream channel as a child anywhere around where I live. So what inspired me to do what I wanted to do was to be able to go out to green spaces and have fun, right?
Yeah.
And so the person who planted the seed for me was when I got to college and found an aquatic ecology professor who liked to curse during her lectures and thought, wow, I can have fun in this field. Right? So, and my career has led me not super far. Economic opportunity is a thing, and so but I have stayed around in the area and come to really love the Great Lakes region. Even if there's no water in Roseville, I don't have to go very far. So.
Yeah, love it, love it. Thank you all so much for sharing that. Do we have one more eager? No? Okay. Continue to think about it. What keeps you showing up every day? That is your why. You have been uniquely positioned to make an impact on real people and communities. I'm in it almost daily. And thinking about your why, I want you to remember it. I want you to own it. In times of challenge, they are equally moments of opportunity, and we need you. And I would say, as you'll hear more and more throughout the day, to uplift, right, why we're here, why we're at the summit, this particular year, we need you now more than ever. So again, thank you all. It has been my privilege to be with you. I am Shavion Scott, Managing Director of Urban Resilience at CNT. We'd love to partner with you. Let's connect, and thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Is that working now? Yep. Thank you, Savion. That was very inspiring. I was actually, for those who are not familiar, I know a lot of us try to get those QR codes quickly up there. Real easy to also Google their website. And they do have some fantastic tools. I've used those in the past. I've explored those. So I would encourage you to actually get on their website and take a look at some of the work they've done. So our next presenter today is Jim Luke. Jim is coming to us from the Detroit District, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Corps, you've already heard a couple of them mention partnering with the Corps on projects. So the Corps is a great advocate and a great partner for a lot of the types of work we do. I might actually mess up your title. You're the outreach. Is it on this slide?
Yeah,
No.
it's not on there, but that's okay if you mess it up because it's changing next week. So,
What's your title next week?
the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative Program Coordinator. So,
There you go.
yeah, I know. It's a little fancier than outreach coordinator.
I was
but-
going to say, outreach coordinator is what I was going to say. So, all right. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Yeah, appreciate it, Don. You know, I want to thank you all for having me here today to talk with you. This is definitely an important issue. As Don mentioned, Jim Luke, I'm with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers out of our Detroit district office. I've been there for about 20 years now, and actually, you know, and I've been our outreach coordinator. I've also been in our environmental branch, our regulatory office, our executive office, and outreach falls within our planning office. So I work a lot with, you know, in this position, work a lot with communities and, you know, trying to connect partners with core programs and things like that. And so, you know, I wanted to start out with what's my why, because I think that's a great thing and very inspirational. And appreciate you talking about all the stuff you did, Shavion. And you know, my career was, you know, it's always been more on the environmental side. And you know, probably 7 years ago is when I started in my outreach role. And what I do in that role a lot is go out and meet with communities that are having problems and issues. And you know, you realize real fast that, you know, most of the communities that we're partnering with are not always the ones that need help. You know, the communities that don't have the methods and means and that are economically disadvantaged, those are the ones that really need the help. And the Corps' programs historically haven't been set up to support those entities. You know, our programs have typically been, you know, economically driven. We need a positive benefit cost ratio. So if you're dealing with, you know, 2,000 homes that are getting flooded out that aren't worth anything, you know, odds are you're not going to partner with the Corps of Engineers on your project, which to me is sad. You know, that's not the way it should be. Over the past couple years, there has been a shift, and we're starting to see that change, where we're able to now partner with economically disadvantaged communities with no cost share waivers or with no cost share and things like that. So I think we still have a long way to go. You know, I can't speak for the other federal agencies, but I know the Corps has a long way to go to kind of get to where we need to be to partnering with those agencies. But, you know, meeting with those folks that need the help and you know, not being able to help them, you know, it's been a struggle for me, and certainly, you know, it keeps me motivated to push on and find ways to help them, and I'll talk about some of that today. So again, thanks for having me. I'm going to start with just a quick overview of the Corps of Engineers. I'm not sure how familiar our folks are with our agency. We are, you know, all over the globe. So we, you know, typically you probably think of Corps of Engineers as, you know, dredging channels or supporting the military, building bridges over in, you know, Afghanistan, Iraq, areas where, you know, our military is, and that's all true. You know, but we also have, you know, district offices all over the country. I believe we have 44 district offices. We have an environmental research laboratory in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and that's where I'm actually starting next week. So I'm not moving, but I'm working for our Engineer Research Development Center, sitting in the Great Lakes as our GLRI coordinator and working with all the Great Lakes. But, you know, we have expertise that spans, you know, all of engineering. We have, you know, lots of biologists, lots of economists, folks like that. And so, you know, the beauty of our organization is that we can reach out to other districts and find that expertise when we need it. So, so that's why I wanted to kind of show this and you know, Shavion mentioned the Chicago District, Corps of Engineers partnering with CNT, and in fact, I'll talk about that in a few slides. And I wasn't planning on it, but I appreciate you bringing it up. I mentioned the 44 districts. There's 3 districts in the Great Lakes Basin: our Chicago District, Detroit, Buffalo District. Hopefully for people that are working with us, you don't even know there's a boundary. And we work very closely with these other districts. And again, we all have different areas of expertise. Our Chicago District's really heavy into planning and environmental projects. Detroit, we have expertise in hydraulics and hydrology, and then Buffalo District does a lot of contaminants, toxicology type stuff. So now we all kind of have a multitude of expertise, but when we really need to get into the weeds, we can reach out to those other districts to get support from them. All right, so Detroit District, here's our boundaries of the district itself. We have several field offices or project offices, as we call them, one up in Duluth, one in Sault Ste. Marie. So if you've ever been to the Sault Locks, that is a Corps of Engineers office up there. And if you go up there now, there is actually the construction of the new lock that's going on. So exciting time to be up there, and that is a massive project. It's a $3.3 billion project to provide redundancy in the system up there, and just the scope of the project is massive. So really cool opportunity for the Corps and Detroit District to have a project of that magnitude within our district. We also have offices in Detroit along the Detroit River, right by the Ambassador Bridge, and then out in Grand Haven. And we have a regulatory office in South Bend, Bay City, and Marquette as well. We do get involved, our largest mission is navigation. We dredge channels throughout the Great Lakes, make sure the structures are protecting federal harbors so that commercial navigation can move through. But we also do a lot of environmental work. We work closely with the Environmental Protection Agency, Great Lakes National Program Office, under the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative Program, or GLRI. Work with them on a lot of sediment remediation projects, and those are obviously closely related to dredging projects as well. So our expertise aligns very well with their mission at Glimpo. But we also have a huge mission in flood risk management. As I mentioned, we do a lot of studies, and we're trying to get more into the construction realm for flood risk management as well. So I'll hit on a couple of those later. A few others that we do get involved in: emergency management. So if, back when we had high lake levels, Jefferson Chalmers was actually, suffering greatly from those high water levels. The Corps of Engineers was able to go out, provide assistance with sandbagging, training, things like that with the city of Detroit, so that they could, sandbag themselves and things like that. So, big mission, when there's a hurricane, the Corps of Engineers deploys and sends engineers and support, construction support for hurricanes. We also have a recreation program, so Sault Locks and Duluth would be the 2 recreation features here in the Detroit District. And then we have a regulatory program. If you all have ever wanted to fill a wetland or build something in the water, you'd likely have had to go through the Corps of Engineers to get a permit. So just wanted to hit on those real quick. Getting down into the project level. So in order for the Corps of Engineers to even, to start a project, we need 2 things. We need an authority, and Congress provides us those authorities, and we need an appropriation. And typically in the Detroit District, our appropriations, or it's a fancy way of saying funding, comes from 2 sources: our Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act. And so that's a bill that Congress passes every year, through the president. We get funding that way, mostly for our O&M program. And then we also, another example of an appropriation would be GLRI. So if EPA has, funding for habitat restoration projects, the Corps has, several projects on the books, they could decide to fund our project on the federal side and move that forward. So just a couple examples of appropriations and our link to Congress and their billing cycles. So I'm going to use the term authority and programs kind of interchangeably. I'll try not to do it as much as possible, but I'm not sure exactly what my slides say. They might say authority, the same thing as a program in my talk today. All right, yep, so here they are. I'm gonna look over here so I don't have to keep turning my neck. All right, so as we go down this list, these are just examples of Corps of Engineers authorities or programs that we have. Generally, the higher up on this list, the harder it is to get an appropriation, and typically the bigger the project. So, starting out a general investigation study, this is when you have a significant problem, and we work with Congress, the local community or state works with Congress to develop an authority, and typically the Water Resources Development Act. And that process is actually going on right now, and we've been working closely with all of our congressional members and senators in the state of Michigan and the other states that we represent to make sure that the needs of their constituents are met through WARDA, if the Corps has that capability. So an example is that SULOX project I mentioned started out as a general investigations authority, and so we study a problem, develop alternatives, understand what the economic, environmental impacts of that project are, and if it's deemed to be within the federal interest, Congress could decide to appropriate funds towards that. So towards the construction, which would then go to the construction general there. So those are typically big projects. We do have a couple examples of ones that are starting out here in Michigan, and particularly in Southeast Michigan. We have what we're calling the Southeast Michigan Flood Study that we're partnered with the City of Detroit and GLEWA, State of Michigan on. And GLEWA is the Great Lakes Water Authority. I'm sure there's probably a person or two from their agency in here. And I have a slide on that, so I'll hit on that here in a minute. Our delegated authorities. So these are authorities that Congress has given the Corps of Engineers, and they're programs that are set in place. We don't have to go to our representatives and say, hey, we don't have an authority to remove a dam. We already have that authority in place, and so all they have to do is appropriate the funds, and we can move on and start that project. So there's a slide next that'll kind of break those out. Two other ones real quick. I'm going to hit on the Environmental Infrastructure Program, Great Lakes Fishery and Ecosystem Restoration Program. I won't talk about that too much. It doesn't have a ton of implications on stormwater, but it's a great program when we're trying to deal with invasive species or dam removals, fish habitat, things like that. Our technical assistance programs, these are programs that we have. These are also delegated authorities, but they do not allow us to construct anything. So we can only study under technical assistance, and I'm going to hit on the floodplain management services program, and then planning assistance to states. So Shavion mentioned the partnering with the Corps of Engineers. I believe it was under our PAS program, and that's an authority that would allow us to partner with a city or a county to identify green infrastructure or do a stormwater management plan, things like that. This program, within the last, I believe it's about the last year, maybe two at the most, does have a cost share waiver if your community is economically disadvantaged. So essentially what that means is if you have a community that's having stormwater problems, the Corps can come in, partner with you, and that community doesn't have to pay any money for a study that's going to provide alternatives or a flood warning system, things like that, that's really going to help inform kind of what the next step would be on construction or informing your community, things like that. So so one quick example of this, hopefully I'm doing okay on time. One quick example of that was several years ago. We partnered with the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District in Milwaukee, and we worked closely with them, and this program it's a 50-50 cost share typically. So in those days, this was still a 50-50 cost share, but we could work very collaboratively. So We did a green infrastructure study trying to place optimal locations for green infrastructure within the city that are going to help with flood problems, that are potentially going to provide recreational areas for underserved communities, and then obviously provide benefits to the stormwater system and minimize the impacts on combined sewer overflows in the city of Milwaukee. So under that project, we actually partnered with we pulled in folks from our Chicago district that worked on the study with CNT, and we talked a lot about that study. In fact, I didn't even think about it until you started talking about CNT. I was like, oh my gosh, I remember hearing all about that when we were going through our study. So, again, just an example of something you could do, and now if you're an economically disadvantaged community, this is a service we could provide at no cost to that community. All right, I'm not going to hit on all these. I'm going to touch on 2 of them here. So these are our delegated authorities that we have. So if a project falls within this and the federal cost share is under that limit, you see on $10 million for that emergency stream bank and shore protection, we can move forward if we get the funding to start a project with you. One project, or the one I really want to hit on here, is Section 205, flood damage reduction. So this authority could take an area that's having flood impacts. What we would typically do is start with what we call a federal interest determination, and it's just how it sounds. Does this project have federal interest? And like I said before, the frustration with this in the past was, we could be dealing with a neighborhood of 50 homes that are, high value homes, and we would easily qualify for this program versus 1,000 homes of, lots more people that are impacted, but not of value, and they're low value, and we would have major problems, meeting that federal interest under this authority. Again, those things are changing, and we're seeing, opportunities for cost share waivers under this program as well. So, this is one, and I apologize, I started and then I keep jumping around. So we start with that federal interest determination. Once that is complete, we move into, if there is positive federal interest, we move into a feasibility study. From the feasibility study, if we have, during that feasibility, we look at, things like alternatives, and we take, hydraulic modeling and collect data, things like that. Once we identify an alternative for the flood control project, we are then able to move into design and construction with our local sponsors. So those local sponsors are definitely a huge part of the team. That feasibility study, we should be working with the public, working with the community, identifying what alternatives are suitable, that are going to help the community, not cause environmental impacts or social impacts, things like that. So I just wanted to hit on that one. Section 208, clearing and snagging, is another one. This one it's definitely flood related. So this is a program in the past that allowed us to go in, for example, in the Rouge River when we're dealing with log jams and pull those out. It hasn't been funded probably in 10, 15 years. So we've been working with our congressional staff members and congressional members and talking about the benefits of this program, and a much easier program, due to the dollar amount to get, potentially get funded and make a huge impact on flood impacts. So we're still working on that, and certainly if you have this type of issue, we would love to see requests come in under our program so that we can show that there is interest in a need to fund. And with all of our programs, there's no huge application process. We essentially need a letter of interest from a non-federal sponsor and explaining why this project's necessary. Yeah, ask a question. Yeah.
So environmental infrastructure, section 214, modifications for
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure about 116. I'd have to look that one up. So you know, for example, 1135 down at the bottom there it says modification of improvement of the environment and so they're talking about federal projects. So the projects typically we've done under 1135 have been sea lamprey barriers because a federal project in the St. Lawrence Seaway allowed sea lamprey to get into the Great Lakes and proliferate by spawning in rivers and streams in the Great Lakes. So, you know, to counteract that project, this project allows us to build barriers or traps, things like that. I'll certainly get with you afterwards. Let me get through my slides, and I probably did a terrible job of answering your question, but I could certainly talk with you afterwards if necessary. So, you know, getting into specific projects. So we recently completed a study out at the Jefferson-Chalmers neighborhood, looking at, you know, what was causing the flooding, and in this case, it was, you know, overland flows from high water, mostly. And there's obviously, I think, some stormwater, rainfall, precipitation issues in Jefferson-Chalmers as well. So the Corps did a study out there looking to identify different alternatives that could solve the problem with the overland flooding in Jefferson-Chalmers. And this was after, you know, obviously we did the emergency response out there when we were seeing things. So the alternatives that we identified were certainly not popular by the community out there, and because they included things like closing the canals, because, you know, if the water from Lake Erie is getting pushed up into the Detroit River by winds out of the east, and it's, you know, and there's a seiche effect, and it's pushing the water up, and it's spilling over these seawalls that are existing in Jefferson-Chalmers and causing the flooding that you're seeing here. So, you know, closing the canals was an option. Levees, flood walls, you know, all things that highly impact homes, recreational areas, things like that. You know, the Corps' study that we did wasn't, you know, we didn't, you know, interact with the community and things like that on this one very closely. We did this study to identify what could be done in a, you know, in this situation to stop the flooding. So with that, this project is going to move into a Section 205 project, that flood risk management program that I mentioned. And under that authority, you know, what we'll do is get into the feasibility of, you know, what we could do out there. Is there flood-proofing options? Are there elevating homes? Things like that would be more conducive. And during that feasibility phase, there would be, you know, significant you know, community engagement and interaction and getting those ideas so that we're not proposing something that's not feasible to the residents. So, so that's where that's going. We did receive funding from Congress this year to complete a federal interest determination out there. We anticipate that's going to be completed in about the January timeframe. And we think that that's got a very strong chance of having federal interest and moving on into that feasibility. So we'll have more updates on where that goes, specifically to the Jefferson-Chalmers neighborhood, probably in a year from now. And hopefully we're well under our way with a feasibility study out there. So I just wanted to mention that. I know this has been a tough issue for the residents and you know, in Southeast Michigan, and you know, I think it was Jay that mentioned, you know, the issues with, you know, the sewage coming down and things like that. And so that's another piece is, you know, this flooding is impacting the sewage treatment facility. It is actually contributing to those CSOs by you know, the water from the lake spilling into the catch basins. It was then. I don't think it is now, but all right, moving on. Section 219, environmental infrastructure. So this was another one of our delegated authorities. This is a program that we have partnered with agencies and mostly counties here in Southeast Michigan, Oakland County. We've done work on the Red Run Drain with maintenance and things like that. We've partnered with Macomb County recently on a design at their Chapatin treatment facility for green infrastructure. And there's certainly opportunities to partner with the Corps under this program moving forward. So back in 2022, Congress expanded the authorization that we had under 219. So historically, it was a whatever project that we dealt with had to help with combined sewer overflows, which is great because we have a lot of those down here. But in the recent WRDA, they expanded it to allow us to work on, strictly stormwater as well as water supply. And the big push behind that was to assist with the huge lead pipe issue that we have here in Michigan. So we anticipate that we are going to be working with the city of Detroit on a lead service line project coming up this year. There has been some funding that we've seen in some draft congressional bills for the issue there. Now, I believe the issue in Detroit's about an $800 million issue, and we're not going to touch that. That's not. I mean, we're gonna incrementally assist. Our projects are typically in the $1 to $5 million range, so it's certainly going to take a lot of time and other agency support to get that whole backlog done. One other thing I want to mention is the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and EPA under their Focus Area 3 non-point source and nearshore health focus area has allotted funding in the Great Lakes at about $1.5 million a year for green infrastructure projects. And so that's where we got the funding for the Chapatin green infrastructure design. We have another proposal in with the zoo, the Detroit Zoo, where we're going to be helping them with some stormwater issues that they're having up there. But again, if there's communities or entities that are interested in partnering on some green infrastructure projects, the Corps can certainly help with that. And so my contact info is on the slide at the end here, so please take a picture if you have any interest or catch up with me afterwards. All right, 5 minutes. That's good news because I'm almost done. The last slide here, the Southeast Michigan Flood Study. I mentioned this right at the beginning. So this is what we call that general investigations study. So Congress gave us the authority, again, in 2022 to study the flooding issues that we're having here in Southeast Michigan. They also gave us an authority for studying flood issues up in Midland and the Tittabawassee River. And, but the Southeast Michigan Flood Study, we've been having monthly calls with the Great Lakes Water Authority. We haven't received the funding yet. We anticipate in the upcoming congressional bills that we will see some funding. We're expecting about $500,000 to start this project. And so the thought is that this is going to be a major study. So we obviously haven't even scoped it out yet, but the thought is it's going to be similar in scope to a project that they've done out in Chicago. They have a deep tunnels and the McCook Reservoir project out there. That's not what we do here, but similar in size to that. So in the Chicago project, they constructed deep tunnels and they use old gravel pits to store sewer overflow and stormwater. And then then those basins fill up, and then once they're full, they pump that sewage back to their treatment facility, treat it when they can, when those flood flows come down. So again, that's not likely what we're going to be doing here in Southeast Michigan, but this study is going to allow us to work with our partners and communities on identifying what may be possible here in Southeast Michigan. So certainly more to come in the next year to 3 years on this, but You know, as Mr. Nash mentioned at the beginning, we've seen significant flooding here in Southeast Michigan and a significant need for a study like this. So the long-term goal would be that we construct something that really helps Southeast Michigan and the people living here. And with that, that's all I have. If there's any questions, yeah, I see right here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it affects it in that if a congressional bill isn't passed, we don't get the funding. So if that appropriations bill is delayed or we're in a continuing resolution, we wouldn't get the funding until later in the year. So it impacts it that way, and you know, and it could also be a delay in the authorizations bill as well. So so outside of that, I mean, we work closely with all members of Congress, have great relationships with their staffers, and I can tell you in Michigan, I think we have a great congressional delegation that supports, you know, flood authorities, as well as, you know, Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, sediment cleanup, things like that. So,
Just real quick, another branch of Congress, I mean, of the government has, the Supreme Court decision on wetlands makes it much harder to do any kind of work on wetlands. Has that affected you? What do you see coming from that?
So what I'll say in the state of Michigan, I don't have a great answer for you because I'm not in that office, so I wasn't ready for that one. But in the state of Michigan, the Corps of Engineers has turned over our 404 authority, which is essentially the placement of fill in wetlands, to the state. So I don't think it would have as big an impact in the state of Michigan as potentially with other states. I could certainly put you in touch with our regulatory officer who could probably answer in much more detail that question.
That's really good news.
Yeah, okay. So luckily in this state, most of the regulatory work is handled by the state of Michigan. One of two states in the country, Michigan and New Jersey. So, yep. I had a hard time hearing you. Are you talking about the Southeast Michigan flood study? Like who would pay for that? Yeah.
So in 2021, that because of high water level at the River Rouge, that caused actually a number of municipalities, not just Detroit, caused the basement floodings.
Yeah.
Now, if that city is contemplating doing river dredging at these locations, is that COP open to that? Is it something that could be approved or funded or?
So potentially something like that could fit under the Section 205 authority if there's, you know, a means to help numerous homes. You know, I'm not sure if the dredging you're talking about is in a federal navigation channel.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, I guess it depends. So some areas we dredge on a regular basis, some we don't. So typically those areas that do not have, you know, regular commercial traffic end up, you know, lower on the budget list because we want to make sure the ship traffic is able to get through and provide materials where they need to. So I'd like to follow up with you to chat about, you know, maybe
Sure.
a little more specifics on
Right.
what you're thinking and
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions?
So we have time for maybe one more question.
All right, right here.
I heard you mention log jams.
Yeah.
And then the issue of the value of whatever it is
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's the perfect example of a project that should be funded, is a log jam that's impacting a bridge, causing scour, potentially, it would have to have some type of flood impact as well, I believe. But certainly there's an impact on the community if a bridge fails because there's a huge log jam piled up on it. So yeah, I think so. There's certainly, we could do. I don't know that we do modeling under the clearing and snagging program, but certainly under the floodplain management services program, we can do modeling, or the planning assistance to states. I guess where I'm going with the clearing and snagging is I'm asking for help. I need the community's help in communicating with the Corps, and me, and then as well as the congressional members, and saying that that's an issue. Like if Congress appropriated funds towards this issue, I think we could get it elevated to help solve this problem. And I know they have the congressionally directed spending requests out. I think that's a means that they could fund something, even though this program hasn't seen funding in a decade or more.
So Jim, thank you very much for sharing.
I'll with both of you right after.
So. So we like to do what we can to stay on time. So Jim, again, thank you for sharing all those resources with us. And I obviously several people are going to try to catch you during the break.
Absolutely.
We have a 30-minute break. I would encourage you to make your way down to the exhibitors if you can. There should be coffee there, some pastries. Restrooms are down that way. We are going to stay back on time, so we'll be back in here at 11 o'clock. Thank you. All right, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. All right, thank you. So our next speaker is Connor Keitzer. I hope I said that right. It's Connor Keitzer. So Connor's joining us from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. So flew in, I believe, yesterday to share his talk with us. We spent some time at dinner last night talking about kind of some of the different experiences and challenges we have with water in Michigan compared to Maryland. This talk, though, is very much going to be Michigan focused.
That's right, yeah.
So Connor, please.
So there are a lot of similarities in Baltimore, and we're facing the water challenges, but I won't talk about that today. Can you all hear me okay? Is it working? Is this better? Okay, sorry about that. So I'm here to talk about the Five Rivers project that we are working on here in southeastern Michigan. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about my why, because I've been thinking about that a lot since Shavion's presentation. And I think it's changed a lot, my why, throughout my career. My initial seed, I guess, was I really like creepy, crawly things, salamanders in particular. And I wanted to work and understand and protect these things. So I went to school for that. But I quickly realized I really like data and data analysis and using data to help communities, organizations, improve their environmental sustainability. So that's kind of what I do at IAN, the Integration and Application Network with the University of Maryland. So the project I'm talking about today is a socio-environmental report cards that we've been co-developing with the 5 watershed groups. So Clinton, Rouge, Detroit, Huron, and River Raisin have all been working with us on a project funded by the Herb Family Foundation to create what we call socio-environmental report cards. And this is sort of a progress update. It's not done yet, so I won't be able to share final results. But I will be able to share some of the data that leads to what the final results are today. And what I want to do is just provide an overview of what these report cards are and what we're trying to do with them, and then highlight our process using the Michigan project as an example. Okay, so what is a report card? These are just broad level assessments that we use to communicate scientific information to a broad general audience. And the way I like to think about this, the framework that we use, is this information pyramid where we have information density going from low to high as you move down that pyramid, and then synthesis going from low to high as you move up the pyramid. we have different audiences that we can reach that need this information at kind of different levels to use it and understand it and be able to actually take this data and engage with it and use that information. So report cards kind of sit at this upper level of this information pyramid where there's a lot of synthesis of scientific data is what we're trying to do. And this process really began with Chesapeake Bay. Back in 2006 was when we released our first report card. Because what we were finding in the Bay is we had lots and lots of data, tons of data, but it wasn't leading to policy action, it wasn't leading to broad engagement. And we think a part of the reason for that was the information just wasn't being made available in a way that it could be used by policymakers and to engage the public. So Bill Dennison, who is the founding director of IAN, based on experience he had in Australia, where they did a report card style approach, he brought that to the Bay. Since then, it's expanded all across the country. We do these things globally now. In the Bay alone, I think there's 3 or 4 different report cards that get released by different groups. You know, they become really popular and kind of caught the public's attention, at least in our region. So what's a socio-environmental report card? So these report cards started by focusing mostly on water quality in the Bay. That was our main focus. But in the last 18 years, we've expanded to also assess social and economic conditions as well. Because we believe that to have healthy environments, you need to have healthy communities. Healthy communities need healthy environments. So by only considering just the environment, we're missing a big part of that picture if we want to achieve long-term environmental sustainability. So for this project, we are trying to assess the socioeconomic conditions in Southeast Michigan and environmental conditions. So our process, we have a 3-phase process where we kind of work through, and I'll use this the Michigan example to illustrate this process for y'all. But phase 1 is planning, which you can think of as the big picture why. What are we trying to achieve? What are we hoping to do with this project? The second phase is what we call the report card phase, where we actually are choosing indicators and scoring those indicators and co-producing our report card, the communication tool that results from this. And this is kind of where we are right now with this project in Michigan. We're at this 5th step of the second phase where we're co-producing the report cards and getting a lot of feedback from our partners that we're incorporating with the plan to release them in spring of 2024. I think we're in good shape to do that. And the last phase overall is what we call raising the grade, so trying to improve conditions, which involves a lot of communication and engagement, working with policymakers to try and take action and improve conditions. All right, so for Southeast Michigan, this first phase of the project, the 3 steps involve conceptualizing. So what does a sustainable Southeast Michigan look like? Identify some of the key stakeholders we want to involve in this process, and then also just design the overall approach. And for us, the way we had to do this was a virtual workshop. I imagine some people in this room were a part of that. It was back, we did a 3-session virtual workshop back in the fall of 2021. We like these workshops to be interactive. We had to do the best we could virtually through Zoom and things like Mural, where we are literally just taking the stakeholders' input and using that to inform kind of what we're going to measure, what we're trying to assess for this project. From that workshop, these were some of the key threats and values that were identified by these stakeholders and by our partners. Not surprisingly, recreation is something that came up as being really important given the watershed organizations we're working with, but also things like access, making sure people can use these resources, water quality, habitat quality, drinking water. In other words, just a healthy ecosystem that people can use and see as an asset for their communities. Some of the key threats, funding. We're not going to address that in this project. Funding is always an issue and a concern, for a lot of our groups, our partners. But things like development, pollution, habitat degradation, and climate change all came up as key threats that we want to try and measure and assess. The next step in the process is choosing indicators. And this is kind of the analysis side of the project and where we are in this process. So the indicators we chose came from a big list as a result of that workshop. We ended up, after lots of discussions with the watershed organizations and also with management agencies in the region, kind of settling on 33 indicators overall, which is a lot. That's a lot for us. We don't normally have that many indicators that represent our indicators of 6 different categories. So we have water quality. These are the things we consider for water quality: infrastructure, human health, recreation, the economy, and then ecosystem condition. What I'm going to talk about today are 2 that are related to stormwater that we chose to look at: sewer overflows and flooding. And last night, I was thinking this was a mistake because you guys know much more about this than I do, especially in this region. But it's also, I want to get your input. We want to, make sure we are producing something that is useful and actually makes sense. So what I'm going to present now is how we go from the raw data to an actual score, a report card grade. But I won't show you the grades because we can't share that information yet, but you'll get to see the raw data and kind of what we're doing and how we're getting to our report card grades. Okay, so sewer overflows, obviously a very important issue. Human health implications, environmental implications. Something that was really challenging for us to actually come up with a way to score that was fair and reflective of conditions in Southeast Michigan. Lots of discussion, still lots of discussion going on about this indicator and how we want to talk about it and think about it. What we ended up using are the number of untreated CSO and SSO events based on the summaries, the yearly annual summaries that Eagle puts out. So 2019 through 2021 is our time frame that we're looking at. You can see all the SSOs throughout the watershed and then CSOs where they're permitted in this watershed. The way we score these indicators is to come up with a threshold. And ideally, this threshold represents sound scientific information or represents a management goal that we're trying to achieve. And this was another sort of a lot of back and forth on what a good threshold is for this. And what we ended up doing was setting our threshold at basically 0. If there was a CSO event of untreated waste, that site, that permit location would get a 0 for that year. If there wasn't one, that site gets 100. And we know this is not a realistic goal in the short term, but it is in the long term, and it's something we want to work towards. So we want to assess where we are now and make sure we're progressing towards that goal of having no CSO untreated waste events occurring. So the red line at the bottom there just shows you kind of that threshold for the Clinton, Detroit, and Rouge. And this is just CSOs. This isn't retention basins or SSOs. It's just looking at CSOs. And I'll show you kind of what the data looks like for these watersheds. So the Clinton, during this time frame, did not have an untreated event occur. Detroit, you can see, had quite a few. And then the Rouge, as you all know, has a huge CSO issue and lots of events. So for each of these sites, so each dot represents a location, a permitted CSO, a CSO event. We score that pass-fail, take the average across the 3 years for that site, and then scale it up to the watershed to come up with an overall score of what's going on. Yeah.
Okay to ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Want to make a comment?
Yes.
This is really significant. This kind of thing is a little concerning to me because people think that like the goal of
Mm-hmm. No, I'm glad. I like to see the passion. I also appreciate the feedback because that's the kind of information we need. We're using the data that is available to us publicly through Eagle. I'm not saying we're capturing everything. All right. I'm going to keep moving on just for the sake of moving on, but please come see me in the breaks. Contact us afterwards to let us know what we can improve and do better with this indicator. SSOs are going to be similar. We score these in the same way. Again, we see issues throughout the watershed in regards to SSOs in all our watersheds. We then take those things and put them together. Like I said, I can't show you the final results, but you can look at this watershed or these watershed maps where we have SSO events represented by diamonds. The purple color means that there was an event over those 3 years. The blue means that there was at least one. CSO events are in circles. The scale of the circle, the size of the circle represents the number of events. Again, purple means none. Blue means at least one. And I think without showing you the scores, I think it's obvious which watersheds are going to score worse based on this metric. Flooding was our next one that is related to stormwater. So flooding is obviously a big issue here. This is another one where we had a lot of input, a lot of back and forth. The initial idea was to use stream gauges to measure discharge and look at flooding that's occurring. But when we actually looked at the data, there wasn't as much available as you think, and it's not as widespread as you would like. So what we ended up having to do for flooding was use NOAA's storm event database, where they had this long-term database that where they captured property damaging floods that are occurring. What I'm showing y'all here is the overall number of floods that occurred across all the watersheds going back to 2005. And what we found as we kind of look at this data is it's not your imagination. Flooding is getting worse. And it's likely only to get worse into the future as climate change increases the number of storms. The reason I'm showing this overall is because for this one, the way we set our threshold was based on this long-term trend where we compared basically the most recent 5 years to the previous 10 as a way to try and understand if flooding is getting worse or not in the watershed, or various watersheds. So if we look at that 10-year window, going back to 2007 through 2016, the average across our watersheds was 0.72. So these are property damaging floods that get reported. This doesn't mean there's not more floods going on. There obviously are, but these are what is available in the database. The way we score this is if in the most recent 5 years, you're kind of at that average, you get a C, is kind of how it works. If floods are going up, your score is going to go down. If floods were decreasing, your score would go up. And this is what that looked like for the watersheds themselves. So looking at the number of events that are occurring. When we look at this, we find both the Clinton and the Rouge are seeing huge increases in the number of floods that are reported. The other watersheds aren't seeing declines. They're staying about the same as they did in the previous 10 years. So flooding is getting worse in at least 2 of the watersheds and across the region as a whole. So, that kind of information, this isn't news to people in this watershed, but, sewer overflows are an issue, obviously for Southeast Michigan, and stormwater infrastructure is only going to come under increasing pressure in the future. So we're going to have to run to kind of just either maintain where we're at right now and sprint to try and improve things in this watershed. Eventually, in spring, we'll be kind of coloring in this wheel and looking at the relationships and that occur among both the social, the environmental, and the economic conditions in the region. And we can start to look at things like this. So this is showing household income. It's one of our economic indicators for the watersheds. This is just median household income at the county level. I'm going to plot it against the number of sewer overflows that we saw in these watersheds. So on this figure, basically, in this top left quadrant, as you're looking at it, that means there's more overflows in that watershed and lower income. So these are poor communities potentially facing more overflows. In the top right, we have more overflows, but higher incomes. In the bottom left, fewer overflows, lower incomes. And then the bottom right is where we'd like to be. There are fewer overflows and higher incomes when we start thinking about the social environmental conditions. Just to give you an idea of the scale, we're looking at roughly a $20,000 difference in median household income from the low to the high. Sewer overflows is going from 0 to about 20 on average at a location. And when you look at this, we see sort of this pattern where both the Detroit and Rouge are facing serious overflow issues, and they're also poor economically challenged communities. Whereas the remaining watersheds, big picture, remaining watersheds are in relatively better condition compared at least to the Detroit and Rouge. And that's not to say things are perfect in those watersheds. I know they're not. I know there's communities, there's neighborhoods, there's areas where things are flooding and there's issues. But what we want to take away from this sort of relationship is not necessarily specifically where the issues are, but overall thinking about this, we have economically challenged communities that are more exposed to this environmental health hazard. And when we think about solutions, we need to find ways to do that that don't further burden them economically as we kind of move forward here and kind of create more sustainable communities. The next phase of this project is looking at communicating and engaging and trying to raise the grade. So the next steps, we are planning to release report cards in spring of 2024. We'll be sending out drafts to stakeholders that we want to get feedback from to make sure we aren't saying things like there's 65 CSOs that we're not accounting for example, those sort of things, as we think about this. But we're on track to release in spring of 2024. We're already thinking about next iterations of ways we can improve things. One is finding more and more data, but also trying to improve our indicators and what we're trying to measure and assess in this project and as we move forward. Because this is our first one, right? This is the first one for us in this region. It's going to improve a lot as iterations in the future, but it's important that we start assessing things so we have a baseline to assess how well we're doing into the future, right? We need to have this baseline condition so we can hold people accountable and make sure, measure progress as we move forward. Something else we were trying to do a lot more of is thinking more about what we call leading indicators. So trying to understand how prepared communities are, what kind of management actions are going into place for improving environmental sustainability, in particular thinking about climate adaptation and making sure that that's done in a way that is fair and equitable. So last week, the Environmental Defense Fund published a story that just happened to relate to Detroit. They published their Climate Vulnerability Index. So it's another index that's out there that we have to kind of grapple with and understand. There's a lot of these indices now. But basically on this map, the lighter colors are communities that are less vulnerable to climate change based on current conditions, whereas the dark purple represents communities that are more vulnerable. And the reason why I think they shared this story is because you can look at two communities that aren't far apart, Ferndale and Wyoming, 8 Mile, Wyoming in this case. The Wyoming community falls in the upper 97th percentile for vulnerability based on current conditions, whereas Ferndale falls in the lower 20th percentile. And the reason I want to share this is because it highlights the need for looking at multiple levels and that the climate future of our communities, even within the same city, when they're right next to each other, could look very different. And what we want to try to do is make sure that we are helping all these communities prepare for climate change, because it's happening. And to deal with those threats, a part of that's going to depend on how extreme the changes are, obviously, but also how prepared we are to deal with those changes, right? And we are currently doing this in Maryland at the state level, and the county level, and we're hoping to work at the more neighborhood community level as well, because as you can see from this figure that within the same city, communities are facing potentially very different climate futures. Okay, so I can tell already there's gonna be a lot of feedback and input on the stuff we presented, and that's fine, and it's actually part of the reason we still wanted to present here. But if you can catch me at the break, questions now, after the conference. I have a long time before my flight, so I'm happy to talk about this as long as you all want to. You can also email me. I'm just a science integrator, so I did a lot of just analysis. But Alex Fries is the project manager. She will also be happy to answer questions. And then Heath is our director. You can also email him, although he'll probably send you to Alex or me. So just email us directly if you want to get in touch. And I really do want your input. When we think about these things, we're trying to make them useful for the people we're working with. So you guys are the experts, and we want to make sure we are creating something that's actually useful and reflective of the reality you see on the ground. So, thank you.
So we have time for a couple questions. If anyone has one or two. No questions? Going once, twice. All right.
Okay, well,
Thank
hopefully
you,
you'll talk to me
Connor.
at the break. Yeah.
We have that turned on. I'm going to see if the remote here works. It does. All right, perfect. So I'm the last presenter between you and lunch. I will do my best to stay on time, but sometimes when you get that microphone, it's hard to give it up, right? So I was thinking a little bit. I really appreciate Savion's presentation and the reflective nature of it, right? And the why I got into this business and why I came here today. And the why I got into it actually was my family grew up on the Clinton River watershed, or they grew up on the Clinton River. And so I spent a lot of time in the 70s and 80s canoeing, actually, the Clinton River. And that was before there was any canoe launches or kayak launches. Like, it wasn't there. And at the time, since we're talking about water quality and SSOs and CSOs, and I know we've got great representation here today from the nonprofits, I remember, canoeing this in the 70s, and there was like washing machines and like in the river, cars in the river. I mean, it was really, really disgusting. And my grandmother would take me down there to wade in the water. And I remember the couple things she always said to me. She's like, whatever you do, you're going to wash your hands before you touch your mouth after you're done in the river. And don't, whatever you do, submerge yourself, right? I mean, things like body contact, that wasn't in our vernacular back then. But even in the 70s, people were like, yeah, don't do this. And I remember the other thing I remember quite vividly. So when my father passed away a few years back, but he was really passionate about the watershed as well. And he took oily leaves, okay? So talking about advocacy. He got leaves out of the river, put them in an envelope, and mailed them to his congressman. And he got a response back from the congressman, a personal handwritten response that said, thank you for your display. You managed to ruin an entire day's worth of my mail, because the oil leaked all over his mail. And that was the way he could really communicate, this is a big deal. And I think it's amazing. I appreciate your presentation, Connor, but we've made huge, huge strides. And that's with the work of everybody in this room. So that's a little bit about why I got here, and why I'm still here. Why I got up today is literally what I just said. All the people in this room and all the work that you do and all the alumni that are here, that's why I keep getting up and doing this every day. So we're going to change gears significantly. The last couple of talks have been very much about water quality in Southeast. We're going to talk a little bit about some community engagement work that we've been doing. And this work is the 2023 version of this. But this is actually, I was looking back through some of my notes, and we actually started this project. Sanjeev Sinha is in the front row here, and I started this project 10 years ago. That's, we had less gray hair then. So we actually did phase 1 of this project 10 years ago. Sanjeev and I were the co-PIs on this. And then last year, the Office of the Great Lakes, Emily Fennell, asked us to kind of do a refresh. They decided a lot has changed since 2014 to 2016 and asked us to do a refresh, and that's what we've been working on. And that's what I'm gonna kind of go back and forth between the two projects, right? So this project is funded by the Office of the Great Lakes in Lansing, as well as Michigan Sea Grant. They're the ones who are funding the work. As I mentioned, Drummond Carpenter is doing this phase of the work. The previous phase of the work was done with ECT, Veritas, and Dave Knight. Okay. So the driving factors, okay? Great Lakes water levels. So this is familiar at this point to many of you, and you're going to get a really great presentation after lunch if you stick around and hear more about climate change and what's happening in the Great Lakes. So the Great Lakes, so Lake Huron in Michigan is a common body, as you might know. So you can see this nice decadal shift. Water goes high, water goes low, right? It happens in Lake Superior as well, but not as much. What we're going to do is really kind of focus in, though, on this part, right? That you have these climatic and water level extremes that have been happening. So what happened was this. So here's from 99 to basically last year, right? And so we had a shift here. We had over a decade of the water levels being below historic averages. And we were having conversations right here in 2014, you know, with Sanjeev and I and Office of the Great Lakes and Dave Knight and the Corps of Engineers. There was debate back here that these water levels were never going to go back up. There was little debate about what are we going to do now and how are we going to, what's going to happen, right? And then they shot up, okay? From when we started the project to when we finished the project, they just shot up. And now we're kind of back in this swing. And one of the things that made our job a little easier, and when I mean our job as advisors, consultants, community activists, is when you see extremes happen, people now remember it, right? It's one thing to say, oh, the lake levels were really high in the 80s. People don't think about that. But when they can see they were really high 2 years ago or last year and you have these quick shifts, now people start remembering it, right? So what drove this need for sustainable small harbors and to do this work, right? Well, one thing was aging infrastructure. Okay? So quick show of hands. How many of you have visited or spent any time at all in one of these little small harbor towns we have in the Great Lakes? That's what I thought, right? That's like close to 100%, right? Yeah, I think you have to be from Florida to not have gotten to one of our little harbor towns at this point, right? So aging infrastructure. So a lot of these small towns, right, they had, actually I'm just going to jump to the picture, right? These little towns were set up for this: logging, fishing, mining, paper products, right? They were industrial, harbors of refuge, shipping. And as time went on, our basically coastal economy deindustrialized, right? Paper mills closed, there isn't as much active logging, okay? And we went from a shift from this, to these recreational harbors. The problem is a lot of the infrastructure didn't keep up, right? We had deteriorating pilings, deteriorating piers, right? And there wasn't as much federal funding for dredging, et cetera. Okay. So a lot of constraints for maintenance and improvements, and a lot of these communities were actually quite hard, really were struggling, right? You may say to yourself, oh, I've been to Charlevoix, I've been to Traverse City, they don't look like they're struggling. But there's 80 to 90 small harbors around the Great Lakes, and a lot of these harbors actually were struggling quite a bit economically with these shifts, okay? So there needed to be a strategic vision at the local level to address this, and how do they move forward? All right. So the state of Michigan, they had 4 goals for the first project, and those 4 goals really stay the same for the second project, okay? It just is a refresh, the 2023 refresh. Recreational harbors had to be integrated into their economic development planning as strategic assets. So these towns had to look at what they had. A lot of these towns were looking at their harbors and waterfronts as a liability, because in some regards they were, right? They needed to be well-maintained, vibrant, and support sustainable recreation and commercial use. The state of Michigan basically said, we don't want all these harbors just to become recreational harbors. There actually needs to be some commercial aspects to these facilities, right? There was only a finite amount of resources, so we had to make sure we spent them wisely, and we wanted transferable tools and resources that kind of supported the shared vision. So the issue is, right, it's not that these tools don't exist, it's there's so many of them that the communities don't know what to do with them. That's the part that was actually missing. And that's the part where the state of Michigan was trying to connect the dots for these communities. Okay? So I already mentioned that project. That was our research question. The very first project we did from 2014 to actually started late 2014, ended early 2017, was an actual research project. And then from this recent one has been more about kind of identifying and refreshing tools. But that was our research question. And we published the Tools and Tactics Guidebook in 2017. That guidebook is still easily available and downloadable online. So all this material's online. And as part of this first version, we did a series of placemaking strategies and value creation for these coastal communities using the National Charrette Institute process. If you're not familiar with that process, what it really is you're going to spend time. You're going to spend 6 to 9 months working with the community. So what we would do is we would go to a community. This is an example, I think, from Pentwater. We'd go to a community for one day. We'd basically do a series of visioning exercises with the community, looked at their assets, their weaknesses, their connectivity, got to learn about them, right? We'd leave for about a month, kind of process this information, do about a lot of research. Then we'd come back for a 3-day working design charrette. And this is like 12 to 15 hours per day for 3 straight days of meeting with people, really embedding yourself into the community, and then doing a lot of prototyping, sketching on the way. We'd leave with a work in progress presentation, then come back about 2 months later and we would present to them the vision of 2035 or the vision of 2040, which was basically what do you want your community to look like in 20 years and how are we going to get there? Okay? And I can tell you, in doing this process, you become incredibly invested in these communities and what they're trying to accomplish. Did I get too far away? So those are the communities we worked with. That's a little washed out with this lighting. But you know, the 4 communities we started with, which we call the proof of concept communities, were New Baltimore, Pentwater, Allgray, and Ontonagon. And for those 4 communities, they got the full treatment, right? And then to prove this would work, we have what we call proof of concept communities, where we gave them the tools, we were there to support them, but we didn't hold their hand. It's like the first 4 communities were developing all the tools, and then we went to Rogers City and St. Ignace and said, all these tools exist, can you use them? And became a resource for them. And since that time, we then also did Arcadia and Ben Harbor and St. Joe. This Ben Harbor and St. Joe, that one was actually really an experiment in DEI and environmental justice issues. And so we spent a lot of time in those communities. Those twin cities between the two are very socially and economically different from each other. And that was a whole other set of challenges we had to work with as part of that. So our findings from that early on, right, that all these communities had unique historical impediments. And every community likes to think they're unique, and that's because they are. And those historical impediments, they could be actual impediments. So it's going to be hard to see, but like this hulking building right there, that's a shipbuilding facility in downtown Ontonagon. If you're on Main Street in Ontonagon, it dead ends into that building. And you can't see Lake Superior. You see a giant industrial shipbuilding facility, right? And that could be either a liability or an asset, depending upon how you do it, right? And sometimes those historical impediments are social. They don't have to be physical. They can actually be social as well. You have to do supportive visioning sessions. I'm not going to call out any communities specifically, but the communities that really embrace this visioning process and this multi-day process were very, very successful. We had some communities that said, we'll give you 2 hours. Can you help us in 2 hours? I'm like, no. All right, fine, we'll give you 4 hours. If we spend 4 hours in a community, that wasn't enough to really make any difference. You have to have local champions and an implementation team. So we're speaking very broadly here about community engagement, right? But if you're going to have a community take ownership and do something to become more socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable, which is the goal of this, right? There has to be a local champion. And that local champion is not necessarily who you think it's going to be, right? Sometimes it's the mayor. Sometimes it's the village manager. Sometimes it's the DDA member. Sometimes it's just a local citizen. The local champion for the city of Ontonagon was a commercial airline pilot who owned a business on Main Street. And he had no appointed position. He had no elected position. He was tireless in his efforts to make that community better, and he was working at it, right? If some communities appointed a local champion, doesn't work, right? If I say, hey, Phil, it's your job to make this community better. Phil doesn't necessarily want that job. Phil's fault for sitting close to the front and being one of my former students. The plans have to align. I'm going to pick up the pace here pretty quick. Master plan, DDA part, Parks and Rec, you'd be surprised how often plans and communities do not align with each other. They're either in direct conflict or they're just not synergistic with each other. There's also a tendency for some communities, they have to be done every 5 years just to change the date. They slap a new 5-year on there and they roll it out, right? That doesn't work. Partnerships are incredibly important, and that's the whole purpose of this research and the whole purpose of the Office of Great Lakes is to try to establish those partnerships. And finally, you really needed, the visitor experience had to be authentic, okay? People don't really want the Disneyland version. I can go to Disney Springs anytime I want, right? But when you go to these communities, it needed to be authentic, not the Disney version of a Michigan coastal town, an actual Michigan coastal town, okay? And if you create a good visitor experience, you're also creating a good experience for the people that live there, right? You're creating a place that people want to live, work, and play, right? So that's just an example of some of the things that we identified and then worked with these communities to improve, right? Accessibility was obviously critical. You have to have it be accessible both from the land side and the water side. Had to be connected, you know, that trails, rails to trails, the networking, getting people around the town had to be really important. Parking, you know, for that part. Had to be diverse. That's where I was talking about. The most successful towns are the ones that aren't just tourist attractions, right? I mean, I've been to quite a few towns where they say, the last thing we need is another fudge shop, right? They actually want some business. They want some commerce. They need that whitefish fishing to go along with the fudge that you buy next door. That builds economic resiliency, having more than one revenue stream, right? And then had to be, you know, welcoming, et cetera. One of the things we found interesting, and anybody from New Baltimore? New Baltimore's done a really great job with this, no? Signage. Everything is on our phones, right? I can map anything, I can find anything on my phone. But it's incredibly, what we found is how important signage is, even in today's digital environment, right? A big sign that tells you, hey, walk this way, come down this place, turn left here. We got something really good to look at down that way, right? And that signage and then the public artwork really made a huge difference. And how many people have driven through Au Gres lately? Anybody? A couple people, right? Au Gres has made huge strides after we did this project with them, they've made massive strides at signage and changing things. What, it works when I'm over there, but now when I get closer? Bummer. I hate podiums so much. Well, apparently I gotta stand over here now. What? I would love it. I hate podium. I mean, I really, really hate podiums. So it's like a phobia. Thank you, by the way. All right, so phase 2. So I gave you a lot of history because I think the history is the fun stuff and the interesting stuff. This is where we're at now. This is rolled out. It's been published. It's all available online in PDF form. So would you click on that for me, JC? And make sure you give me my time. So what did we do for 2023, right? So just click for me. So we wrote new sections, right? We basically did a section on engineering with nature. We did a section on environmental justice, DEI. We did one on decarbonization, energy innovation, electrification, and we did one on climate resiliency. So these are new chapters in the text that have tools associated with it. We did revised and new case studies. All those communities I talked to, we picked up the phone, we did interviews, what worked, what didn't work, what can we improve on, what have you been doing since we last talked with you. We've been updating the funding strategies. One thing, obviously, many of us are aware, we've gotten a lot of funding, you know, for ARPA funding, and a lot of these communities have taken advantage of that for some pretty significant improvements. And then the last part was a robust dissemination strategy, which is what we're doing right here, right? So what happened when we finished this in 2017, we did a webinar, which was pretty well attended. Hundreds of people came to it. But we basically mailed copies of this to the individual communities, and that worked to some degree. This time what we're doing is we're actually trying to get out and talk to the people who talk to the communities. So we're going to the Michigan Association of Planners, Michigan Association of Regents, Michigan Association of Council, et cetera, to say, hey, these tools are available for your constituents. We want you to try to use them. Okay? You don't need to read that, okay, although this is a pretty big screen. Basically, this is the table of contents. There's a section on the environment, a section on social, a section on economic, right? And those are the sections in the textbook. And then there's the tools and tactics part, and that's the most interesting part. You gonna click on that for me? So again, don't expect you to read it, but this is, that is really washed out. But effectively what we did is there's 3 categories of information. There's the highly recommended category, the recommended category, and the additional resources. And the reason it says highly recommended and not required is I can't technically require anybody to do anything, right? So we had a lot of debate, but we made it highly recommended. So if a community wants to be environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable, right? If they want to create a place people want to live, work, and play, then they really need to do everything on that top chart. If they've got capacity and resources and availability, this middle chart is pretty darn helpful. And by the way, there's a couple hundred other resources that we're also going to put out there. So the whole idea is we didn't write tools. We collated tools to make it easier for communities to understand what they needed to do and access on this path. Okay? And then this, oh, sorry. I was going to say, what we did here, then those are little check boxes. All these tools are explained in detail so people can look them up, and then also gives you an estimate of how many hours, how much time it's going to take for you to go through this tool. Then you can see the columns from left to right. You have to do inventory, you have to do visioning, you have to do value capture, and then you have to do implementation. So it's all set up around that. So go ahead, JC. So inventory, for example, right, these are the things that are highly recommended. And nowadays with ArcGIS and asset management, it's a lot easier than it even was 5 years ago to get this information. There's New Baltimore. So these, you have to basically figure out what do you have community asset-wise, okay? And even though this says recommended down here, this stuff nowadays, most communities, it's so well collated and already exists that it's not hard to do. So a lot of these things that are being done. Waterfront inventories, you need to understand your sediment dynamics. You need to understand your water level variances. You got to look at your statistics, have all that data for you. And then we've got some other things here that are strongly recommended, clean marina programming. And this is another like big debate with our advisory board, right? Our advisory board would say all of these things are required. But we had to look at communities and say, what are they capable of? If we say everything's required, nobody's going to do anything. It's like paralysis, right? We got to kind of lead them down this pathway. Okay. So I would love to do a live look-in, but it was a little bit too sketchy to close the presentation and bring it back up. So I'm just going to do a quick explanation of a few of the tools that exist. How many people have looked at the Michigan Great Lakes Coast Through Time website? 2, 3, 4. If you spend any time on the coast of Michigan at all, this is a cool website. Like just, you know, I know I'm a geek, I get it. But this is a really cool website. So what it does is it's ArcGIS. There's all sorts of layers you can turn on and off, right? So that was the shoreline in 1938, okay? And then you can see where the shoreline is in 2020, right? And then the yellow line is the bluff line. And so that's like the historic bluff that's also moved with time. And so you can track shoreline. And then the red and the yellow, that is meters of basically shoreline change annually. So in yellow, you're seeing 1.5 feet, okay, 0.9 meters, 0.49 meters every single year over the course of the, whatever, almost 100 years since I've been taking data, right? And then the red is even more, okay? So by now you probably figured out that something's like a little weird here with this middle section, right? You click one more for me? Okay. There's that little teepee village, right? So they hard armored the heck out of all of this shoreline because the shoreline wants to keep retreating. Okay, the local sediment dynamics are saying, yep, the shoreline wants to keep retreating. So from a planning point of view, if you're working in one of these communities, you have to ask yourself, what are our setback requirements? Where are we going to allow people to develop? Where are we going to allow people to hard armor? If you hard armor here, you're causing erosion here, right? If you hard armor here, you're causing erosion here. It's not just protecting yourself, you're actually causing harm to your neighbor as well. And so the communities can look at this information and then make decisions about zoning, development, redevelopment, etc. Good. So here's another great one. How about this one? This is the lake level viewer and change. How many people have used this one? 2 or 3, okay? Another pretty fun tool, to be honest. How many people have been to Mackinac Island? Let me do that one. All right, 90%. How many people have rode their bike around the coastal road, around Arch Rock, okay? What happened to that road a couple years ago? It's gone, right? It flooded, right? And then they had to actually rebuild that road, right? So what this one is this is basically, again, ArcGIS data set. You can come in here and look at the long-term average, the low and the high, and then also look at what happens when water gets even higher or even lower, right? So right here, when that water level was low, I had my little laser pointer, but I put it over there by JC. So obviously that's downtown, right? So Arch Rock is like right over there. Kind of look on that right side, all right? When the water level was low, everything was fine. Now click, right? That road is flooded out, right? And that's just water level. Now add ice and wind and waves, and you can see, right? So now communities, when they're making decisions, right, when the water level's low, all this land down here might look like a really good spot to develop. Now that the water level's high, that water, it's just standing water. It's not a good spot to develop, right? So those are the kinds of decisions that can be made. Right. So visioning and planning, right? There are so many resources out there for people. National Shred Institute, Michigan Catalyst Communities, Michigan Green Communities. So there's a lot of MEDC is out there, redevelopment ready communities. So there's a lot of tools available for this state, and that was one of the biggest things of this project, is connecting these communities with state agencies that can help them. MEDC, Office of the Great Lakes, Michigan Sea Grant, Council of Governments. Okay, go ahead. Then you always got to come back to value, or to value capture, right? Okay, so we do these things. How do we get money? Marine investment funds, water resources, TIF districts, crowdfunding, source funding, grants and opportunities, okay? And this is a kind of a simplified version of the economics or the value capture of things. So you've got a harbor and a waterfront, right? And that waterfront and harbor provides value to businesses, value to residents, values to visitors, and those people in turn provide value back to the harbor and the waterfront, right? And that can be done by staying in hotels, staying at restaurants, right? Or it can be directly money to the harbor through tax assessments, fuel, parking fees, slip fees. But then you have to have these expenses covered. And so while this is a very simplified version, this can be some pretty complex economic modeling and analysis of making changes and how do you get value capture from those changes. Okay. So there's a chapter on implementation. Keep going. Sorry, I want to talk about 2 case studies. Ann, how much time do I have left? 5 minutes? All right. 2 minutes on case studies, and I'll answer a couple questions. So Rogers City. So this is one of our proof of concept communities, meaning that we didn't hold their hand through the whole process. We said, we're a resource to you. Here's the tools. And then we worked with them, all right? What they did, we worked with them in 2016. They, at the time, had a part-time city manager. He worked half-time in Onaway and half-time in Rogers City. They did not have a dedicated harbor master position, right? So they decided to hire the city manager full-time because he was the champion, and he is a tireless champion for this community, but now he's doing it 40 hours, well, more than 40 hours a week, but he gets paid for 40 and not 20. And they hired a dedicated harbor master. They also then put together an implementation team, MEDC Redevelopment Readiness Community Certification. They got their MEDC Main Street certification. But the one on the right, I think, is a really kind of the interesting one. One of the first things they did is they got a grant from the state of Michigan to buy a hydraulic sling load trailer. And effectively what that is a sling trailer that can put boats, large boats, in and out of the water. They'd never had that capability before. So they got a grant from the state of Michigan, bought that trailer. That trailer now allows them to increase winter storage from 8 boats to 60 boats. It allows them to make money by servicing watercraft, right? So then they took that money and they reinvested it into increased boater amenities. And now they've got a new harbor master facility. They've got a new facility so that people want to come in with their boats. There's a fish cleaning station there. There's new showers. It's really nice. What can you do with that? You can increase your slippage fees, and people will pay it, right? So then they went through, and they've got a new marina design. They got new plans. They're collaborating with Huron Pines. They're collaborating with MEDC. They put together what they call their Super Paz team, which is basically a team of business owners. And those business owners went around the state on their free time or their extra time to look at other communities and see what they're doing. And they just started with a little spark, and they are just rolling now. One last, Al Gray, I started mentioning that. So Al Gray, there's a DNR boat launch, not a boat launch, there's a DNR marina right downtown Al Gray. And when the water level came up, all the electric shorted out. It was in terrible disarray. DNR didn't want it anymore. I may have this number wrong, but I think they sold it to the community for $1. If anybody sells you anything for $1, even a Snickers, right? There's something wrong with it. Okay. So basically what the community did is they bought a huge liability. They bought a massive liability. So now though they had this park now right downtown. And so they got some grants. They actually got some grants from the tribe, actually, and they got some grants. And they took this dilapidated marina that was downtown and turned it into basically a park. And then they upgraded some land around it. Now they have a fish cleaning station. They put in a splash pad and a play skate. They put in a kayak launch. So it went from a spot that was only used by some people for walleye and perch fishing, which no problems with walleye and perch fishing. It's great. But now it's something that everybody can use. They put in new signage. They put in new artwork. They're getting people to come off the highway and stop. Their campground, which is also right downtown, went from 4 seasonal campers to 35. They added camping cabins, right? They're planning for expansion. They were the very first Lake Huron Forever community that took that pledge. They've been working with stormwater management with Huron Pines. So again, it just took that little spark, us going there and talking with them and working with them, and now they're off and running. And that is it. I just got the 2-minute warning, and that should be my last slide. So QR code. So feel free to scan that, and it'll take you right to all the information that we have available. Any questions? Yeah.
This is really cool, Don. Thank you so much for sharing. I have 2 questions. One is, do you see this as a transferable resource for, say, small river communities instead of just
Yeah. So you said 2 questions. You want me to answer that one? Okay. So the 2 questions was, first was, are these transferable to like small river towns? A lot of the tools are, like there's the engineering of nature tools. There's a lot of information about their like living shorelines and natural based shorelines. A lot of the tools, the EJ and DEI tools are really applicable everywhere because it's looking, actually some of the data that was shared to us by others, we have links to those tools as well. So some of it is transferable, obviously like the lake level viewer and stuff like that. It's not really transferable, but some of the tools are definitely transferable. And the thought process of planning and value capture is definitely transferable. The other question was, how do we deal with like the gentrification, right? Is that right? So the easiest way to say that is not a decision for me to make, right? We are providing resources to communities and we are working with communities. Our job is to make sure all voices are heard. And so there is a significant DEI component associated with that. But at the end of the day, all these decisions are local decisions. And some of them, and I'll be honest, some of these communities, a lot of it has to, like, fair and equitable housing is a big deal, right? And some of the conversations that are had are also things like, we really don't need another seasonal resident from Chicago, right? I mean, and those are conversations we're having with some of these communities, but we're facilitating that dialogue because they can't always necessarily have that open dialogue without facilitation. So, any other questions? Yeah, please. Mm-hmm.
But from their understanding, the actual infrastructure of the harbor, the break walls and all of that, are federal assets.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what your experience has been going to all of these communities, how you've dealt with all of that, how that's impacted, communities' ability to make these upgrades. Because some of it too, like the core, for example, I don't know if he's still here, but
No, he actually had to leave, but he said thank you for having him. Right. Yep. Yep. So 2 points to that is that word small was really, really important. We weren't really working or focusing on Muskegon or Saginaw or Ludington or Monroe or Detroit. Anyone that had like significant shipping and tonnage, that was not the focus. The focus here was really small communities, like 800 people, 8,000 people. Okay, which, what you mentioned would fit into that. But like, a lot of people ask, like, the limestone. So we did Rogers City. Well, right next to Rogers City is a giant limestone shipping port, but that's not in our focus area. So we really were focusing on the small ones. And the other thing is those 80 municipal marinas, so the ones we worked with, 83, all had either state or locally owned marinas, and those are the ones we were focusing on. So they weren't assets. We didn't do things that were assets that owned by the federal government, but we did look at assets that were owned by the state. But most of these things were looking at assets of the community that they actually had local control over. The ones that didn't have local control, then it was really, they were kind of at the mercy of the Corps, and that is problematic sometimes, to put it, politically correctly. Somewhere, yeah. I mean, like the 83 that we focused on were all municipal-owned, state-owned small harbors on the Great Lakes. So that was like one of the lines we drew when we were throughout this project. Time. Check my phone. All right, 12:03. So, any really important last comment or question? All right. So, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So lunch, right? You're going to go out these doors, and you're going to go outside, across a very, very short area. It's not raining last time I checked. Very short walk, go past the birches in the main hallway down there. There's buffet-style seating, lots of tables. You can take a look at some student work. If you want to walk around afterwards, there's plenty of opportunities to walk around campus and look at green stormwater infrastructure as well. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right. Hope everyone is well fed. So the cookies were delicious, that's for sure, if you didn't get any of those. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I know there might be some trickle coming in here. So we're going to kick off the afternoon with a presentation by Katie Grantham. Katie's a planner with the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, SEMCOG, in very big letters on this screen.
Feels a little too big.
Yeah, but so obviously a lot of people are aware of the wonderful work that SEMCOG does in this field, so I'm not going to steal Katie's thunder.
Cool. Thanks, Don. And thanks everybody for being here today. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit more about green infrastructure planning. I'll kind of piggyback off of Don's presentation from this morning. And then I'll get into an example of a case study project that we did that will hopefully kind of guide some of your work and allow you to think a little bit more regionally about green infrastructure implementation. The why for why I'm here is a little different. So I actually wanted to be a whale trainer. And then I actually went and did it. I went and worked at SeaWorld, and I was like, these animals are very large, and it was kind of sad. So I was like, you know what are other things that I could do? And I was really passionate about climate change and sustainability, and so I went to a program in Michigan State that was all about hands-on experience with green infrastructure and sustainability and all of these things, and so that led me into my master's program. And then when I was in my master's, I just really felt an urgency to address climate change now, especially for future generations. We've already been seeing some of the impacts today. What will things look like for them? And so that kind of put me on the path of working in local government. So try and be the Leslie Knope of Southeast Michigan occasionally, if you get that reference. All right, so we'll go ahead and get into it. We're going to be talking about green infrastructure assessments to help your community build resilience. And here's my contact information. So I know a lot of familiar faces in the room today, but some of you might be like, what is a SEMCOG? There are so many acronyms out there. What does that mean? So we're the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, and we really support local planning through technical data and intergovernmental resources, and we work with over 170 units of local government. And really what I like to stress as part of this is the role of regions. So SEMCOG is the designated water quality management agency and the designated air quality management agency for Southeast Michigan. So that means that we do a lot of planning work in these different fields, and we have a lot of experience in doing that. We also serve as a pass-through agency and can be competitive for a lot of federal grants that some of our smaller local underserved communities might not be competitive for. And so we really try and get money and give it to you all so that you can do the amazing work that you need to do. And then we also set policies and actions, and we work legislatively. So that's kind of our realm of work. And so before we kind of dive into this case study project, I just want to take a little bit to talk about planning for nature-based solutions, because oftentimes I think we see a grant, we're like, okay, we have an idea for a project in mind, we're going to go get that as quickly as we can. And there's a lot more that we could do to think proactively rather than reactively, especially in the face of all of the flooding that we're seeing. So let's start by talking and really setting the stage for green infrastructure planning. So there's a lot to be thinking about when you're thinking about regional green infrastructure implementation, as well as like community planning for green infrastructure implementation. And so these are just some of the general guidelines that I think it's good to follow as part of your planning process. So it's really important to benchmark your current green infrastructure network. So where is there tree canopy? Where is there wetlands, bioswales? What do you have in your community? And from there, you can really start to develop a vision for the future. You now, in knowing what you have, can understand those gaps. Are there places that don't have a lot of tree canopy and might be susceptible to things like the urban heat island impact or poor air quality? Really start to develop a vision for the future and think about what you as a community want. And that's also a really good chance to start pulling in some of the community members and asking them what works in one community doesn't always work in another. And I think that can especially be the case around like when we're doing plantings, when we're talking about siting locations. Really starting to get that community input can drive a project forward and also develop regional champions. From there, I think it's important to start looking at, you've developed a vision for your community. What else is out there? Start coordinating with your watershed council or your local council of governments. Do they have regional priorities that might really help to guide you along, that you can tie into, so that you're not just working as a sole entity as part of our region? And then once you've done all of this, you can start really figuring out, what types of green infrastructure that you'd like to incorporate into your region. You can start identifying funding opportunities, and then you get to implement. And obviously, it is not as easy as just going through this list like we did here. But I think it's really important that we work collaboratively in this space, and I'll be talking a lot about that later in my presentation. So I think we all know, we all work in stormwater, and we all are pretty familiar with green infrastructure, but there's obviously a lot of benefits to implementing green infrastructure techniques. So, it results in things like improved water quality, higher economic values, reduced infrastructure cost, enhanced recreational opportunities, and a lot of advanced social benefits like improving mental health. So it's important that when we're thinking about implementing green infrastructure, we identify the benefits that a community wants to achieve. And so this kind of comes back to what we've been talking about, is like, why are we doing this? Do we have this focus on wanting to manage stormwater? Are we really wanting to improve access to green space for people? Are we trying to mitigate the urban heat island impacts? So like, for example, in Southeast Michigan, using green infrastructure techniques to manage stormwater runoff and improve water quality is a priority. So the recommended quantity of green infrastructure techniques is linked to the percentage of impervious surfaces in urban areas and subwatersheds. So high impervious areas result in increased amounts of stormwater runoff and therefore pollutants in volume and flow rates. And then constructed infrastructure should be installed to manage runoff from all impervious surfaces. And when we're considering retrofitting impervious surfaces with green infrastructure priorities, priorities should really focus on those watersheds with impervious cover greater than 10%. So that is one of the things that we've been focusing on. But there might be other needs for a community. So it's also important that we look at like the level of volume control needed to manage stormwater. And it's important that when we're implementing green infrastructure, we set up techniques to manage our smaller storm events to ensure that pollutants and runoff are being captured, while also thinking about some of those larger storm events. So really starting to set the stage in terms of benchmarking and targeting. We also really want to connect our green infrastructure network. I think this is something that we maybe as a region aren't always as great as at doing, and that makes a lot of sense because we're each working for our own local entities. We have our own priorities. We're trying to get things done in a watershed, in a local community, maybe even just in a park. But really starting to think about the connections can help us to protect high quality areas and allow habitat linkages and provide additional recreational opportunities or increased access to some of our amazing green spaces. And then I do want to touch on equity and inclusion. We heard a lot about that this morning, and I'm really excited that this is coming to the forefront of our work because I don't think that equity and inclusion is something that we've traditionally thought about when it comes to project planning, even in the green infrastructure space. But it's critical that all projects consider this, especially at the regional or the watershed scale. And so to talk about equity in green infrastructure, I want to read this quote from a paper entitled Pursuing Equity and Justice in a Changing Climate, because I think it's really great. So building social equity and environmental justice into the conversation of green infrastructure is an opportunity to transform communities by integrating economic, environmental, and social goals. Green infrastructure has the potential to not only meet community stormwater management needs, but to address other inequitable burdens exacerbated by climate change, such as pollution and lack of access to green space. So ensuring that everybody has access to our green infrastructure network should be a priority for both regions and local communities to focus on. And there's a lot of amazing tools out there to utilize to help determine the equitable distribution of green infrastructure and to maximize the co-benefits that green infrastructure provides. So this is one of the tools that SEMCOG has. It's our equity emphasis areas. And a lot of new data was actually recently incorporated into it, largely pulling from like the Justice 40 census tracts. And so you can really start to see like where are these communities that might be burdened by climate change and start to figure out how to address that. And then we also have a green initiative, which I'll talk about at the end, but that really starts to get at benchmarking our green infrastructure network and identifying those gaps where we don't have access or we need improved high quality spaces for green infrastructure. And then really quickly, I just want to talk about all of the different plans that we have. So we have a green infrastructure vision for Southeast Michigan. This is a little bit old now, but a green initiative that we did recently really worked to update some of the information in here. We have our low impact development manual for Michigan. I know a lot of folks have used that. I know a lot of folks are asking us to update it. Once we can clone our whole team, we'll be sure to work on that. But that is a really good guide. So if you're just starting off, thinking about green infrastructure implementation, you're not sure what type might be right for you or how to go about the process of installing it, this is a really excellent guidebook for you. And then if you want some examples of projects like how much did they cost, what went well, what went wrong, we have our Great Lakes Green Streets guidebooks. And that is a little bit more on the stormwater management side for like road projects and green streets, but there's a lot of good information there as well. Okay, so let's get into the bulk of what we want to talk about today, which is green infrastructure assessments for coastal resilience, which is a project that we just finished up earlier this year. And I think it's a really good example of bringing all of these elements that I just talked about together and really trying to work as a region to implement green infrastructure. So SEMCOG, in partnership with the Center for Watershed Protection, got a coastal zone management grant through the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. And we were able to complete 80 site assessments and 48 green infrastructure concept plans for SEMCOG coastal communities. And so the goal of this project was really to build resilience, to preserve Southeast Michigan's coastline and mitigate the impacts of flooding on coastal communities. So through this grant, the project identified high priority publicly owned properties and looked at the feasibility for doing green infrastructure on these sites. So in total, we had 48 concept plans that were developed at 45 unique sites. And green infrastructure elements that were proposed really include things like bioretention areas, permeable pavement, shoreline softening projects. And the concepts that were created are eligible for future funding opportunities that we'll kind of get into a little bit later. And we did this in partnership with the Center for Watershed Protection, and I'm not sure if anybody's heard of them, but they're a great nonprofit organization that was founded in 1992. Typically, they're stationed in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, but they've really been kind of expanding their work all across the country. So Greg Hoffman is actually based in Michigan now, and so if you need anything ever, definitely go to him. He's wonderful to work with. But as CWP really works to advance clean water resources and healthy ecosystems through responsible land and water management, and we chose to partner with them because they have a wealth of experience doing this work out in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. They have really great ideas behind green infrastructure design and stormwater management techniques, and so we were excited to bring their expertise to the Great Lakes. And we really wanted to do this project to support capacity building at the community level. So a lot of local communities in our area don't have the funding or the staff capacity to apply and implement grants or even start a process of identifying green infrastructure techniques. They might have 1,000 other things that they have to be worried about, and so this isn't one of them. And so if we can kind of help uplift them and work with them, but guide them through the process and take some of the burdens of grant administration off of them, that might lead to being able to implement more projects. So why did we do this along Southeast Michigan's coastline? A lot of you might have been to the coast before, but we have 32% hardened shorelines in our region. And there are things like erosion and failing seawalls that are concerns for local communities. And even before we really went out and started doing this work with CWP, we did a lot of work reaching out to communities to figure out what some of the challenges were that they were experiencing. And erosion and failing seawalls were two really big things that communities said, we don't know what to do about this. There's no funding to be able to implement a new seawall. It's really costly for our community. What are some of our options? We've also been seeing with climate change a lot of extreme weather and increased precipitation that's been causing a lot of flooding challenges. And I do want to preface and say that a lot of the projects proposed here are not going to solve our flooding problems. They're much more designed for water quality. But this is an important component that we're hoping to look at in the future. So really starting to address some of those flooding challenges. But in the meantime, trying to work with water quality. And then legacy contamination is really a challenge when it comes to new and redevelopment sites. There's a lot of properties on our coastline that have just been abandoned by industries, but there's no incentives to clean them up. And so, a lot of local governments are trying to figure out, okay, this industry is leaving. What do I do with this space? Can I put a park here? Can I do green infrastructure? What are my options? And so that's why it was really important for us to work within this space. And why retrofit along the coastline? Well, it's not particularly common in this area. There's a lot of opportunities, and water quality improvements are always a good thing to implement. So let's talk about the start of the project. So it was really critical that we engaged local communities throughout this process. We wanted to know what their needs were. We wanted to know how we could help them. And so we really started by trying to contact the right people and meet them where they were. So I, of course, sent out 1,000 emails to people being like, hey, do you want to be part of our project? But from there, we tried to develop a lot of materials that made it easy to get them involved. So we had a one-pager that went out that really detailed the project and what they would get out of it and what was expected of them in simple terms, to try and get local community organizations and governments involved. We also had a survey 123, which I'll show an example of on the next slide. I don't know how many people are familiar with ArcGIS, but there's a lot of great tools that they have available if you have a license through them, and even if you don't, there's some good options. But this was a really good way for us to start getting feedback on the types of projects that people might be thinking about. So we knew that everybody was going to be at different stages in this process. Some people were going to be like, I have these 5 projects that I want to implement. How can I do that? And some people were going to be like, it kind of floods in this area, or we have some challenges here, and I've never thought about green infrastructure there, but we could do it there. So the survey 123 really allowed people to go in and drop a pin that said, it had a map. They could drop a pin at a location where they either wanted to do a project or where they might be seeing some challenges. They could identify some potential options, and it was really easy and simple to fill out. And then from there, we also did a lot of breakout sessions. So we had meetings on different days with different people, the same meeting. We just invited people to come and listen to what we were doing about our project, and then get some feedback from them. So we went into these breakout sessions, and we showed people a map of their area with desktop analysis we had already done that showed some potential sites, and we got to talk with them right there. What are some of the challenges that they were hearing? What are some of the things that they were thinking about? We also, and I will stress this throughout the process, really tried to keep communication going throughout the project and follow up as much as we could. So we used story maps, which is another ArcGIS product. I swear this is not a GIS commercial or whatever. But we use story maps, which is a really nice way to kind of lay out how the project was running. We could give people updates there. We actually did put in links so that if people wanted to join us when we went out into the field, they could sign up right there. So just a one-stop shop that says, this is where we're at with the project. This is, why your input matters, all of that good information. And then we did invite folks to go out into the field with us where we could really get to know each other, talk hands-on about a space or a project and learn more. And then obviously the next step is finding funding for everybody. So this is just an example of the survey 123 that we put out. So as you can see, there's a map here. You can drop a pin where you're interested in doing something. And we had like QR codes and links and all of that. So it could be really easy to do both on your phone as well as on your computer. And so through all of these different methods in which we did outreach, we had way more responses than we thought. We were hoping to be able to get 80 sites that we could go out and visit. We got 120. So then we did have to do a little bit of scaling down, doing a desktop analysis, really looking at these sites and seeing, right from the bat with like a satellite or an imagery from online, was it possible to do green infrastructure, or do we see any like immediate challenges? And so once we kind of did that, we were able to pare down, and we went to 80 sites, which I'll talk about in a minute. But while we were at those 80 sites, this is kind of our guide that we were using to identify, is green infrastructure feasible here? Is this a good retrofit location? And this comes from Center for Watershed Protection's Urban Stormwater Retrofit Practices Guidebook. So, was the land publicly owned? Was there lots of impervious cover that we could capture and really make a big difference? Was there space available to do a project? And then was there a shoreline in need of restoration? And so when we went out to each of these sites, we basically had a guide that we would follow. We would, look for different things, look for potential constraints, and kind of check off, yes, this is a great site, no, this is not. So while we were out in the field, and here's some great pictures of us, and maybe some of you are in them, but we collected a lot of data about the site. So there were some locations that we went out and we automatically knew that we could not do a retrofit. But for a lot of the sites, there was definitely potential. It was just a matter of figuring out what to do and how to do it. So we were out there collecting the proposed green infrastructure we were practicing. Most of the time it was like bioretention, tree planting. Sometimes we would do pervious pavement. Usually if there was a parking lot that we were going to manage runoff from and it was in bad condition, if we thought they might repave it, that was a good time to suggest that to them. We took site measurements. We measured the drainage area using GIS, so going around and kind of pinpointing and getting that polygon for the drainage area so we could calculate the amount of runoff that we were managing. And then we did site renderings. Yours truly had some amazing drawings that really detailed the site. And then we would put in things like site constraints. So, if there was utilities overhead that they might need to be aware of, or a lot of times there were utility markers, like if there were pipes underneath the ground, we would know all of these things, include them in the concept plan. So in total, we found 48 feasible green infrastructure projects. There were 34 upland sites, 14 shoreline sites, and 3 sites that had both a shoreline and an upland retrofit. In total, this represented 60 acres in drainage area, 2 miles of shoreline restoration, and accounts for about 20 million investment in nature-based solutions and 1.6 million gallons of stormwater runoff captured. So being able to really look regionally at this work, one project might not be competitive for federal funding, but bundling a lot of these has a lot of benefits. And so I think this really stresses the importance of coordination at the regional level and the investment that we need. We were only 3 people that were going out and doing this work over a summer, and we only had about 2 weeks time where we could do field work. Imagine if we had years or months, we could probably find a lot of different sites where we could implement this work. So there's definitely a need for investment in our region. The concept plans that we developed kind of looked like this. So it was just a simple CAD drawing. This is an example at Eliza Howell Park in Detroit. So they actually already had a rain garden, just one kind of at the front to manage some of the runoff from the road. And we were like, what if you did this all the way around the park? That could be great. So this is kind of what that looked like. You've got your simple CAD drawing, a little bit of information about the site. And then we included things like the cost estimates. So really taking into consideration too, like contingency fees, especially with construction prices going up, but really starting to set the stage for local government, giving this to them and saying, hey, we work with you, here's a concept plan, here's what it will cost, here's everything that you need to know. now take this concept plan and we'll help you apply for funding for a project. Or if you have funding, maybe include this as part of your capital improvements plan. And that is essentially what we were doing, is really a region-wide capital improvements plan for stormwater and green infrastructure practices, to be able to say these are some potential areas where we can do this work. We know it's feasible. We can move these forward. Let's start working on that. So there are two things that kind of came out of this outside of the concept plans. We have this a full report, so if you want to go into more details, please feel free to. It's a really great light weekend read, just 300 pages. Highly recommend it. But if you're like, you know what, I just want the Cliff Notes version, we do have the story map that walks through the whole project. Who came out with this? It has a map, an interactive map of all of the sites, as well as their concept plans, so you can feel free to look through that and see what we found, which is pretty exciting. So in terms of project implementation, two of these projects are currently being implemented. So one at the Grosse Pointe Park City Hall, we're implementing a rain garden there, and then we're working to implement a bioswale at Bellinger Park public boat launch. So these are two projects that we were able to fund through SEMCOG received a grant from the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative to do some green infrastructure pass-through work. And so we were able to fund two of these projects. We're hoping to get more. Stay tuned. I'll let you know in February. And so I'd obviously love to say that this project went great, everything was amazing, everybody has their projects implemented, we're good to go. That's not the real world. So these are some of our lessons learned. A lot of communities still hesitate to implement green infrastructure, and further education is needed about the benefits. Sometimes they think it's either to just pave over it, or they just don't have enough education about. One of the big challenges was really maintenance. People were really concerned about doing maintenance and having this space to maintain. And so there were times where we thought we were going to go for a big grant and bundle the projects, and a lot of people ended up, backing out because there was concerns over it. So more education is needed, and funding for maintenance is really important. Also, just finding funds for these projects remains a challenge no matter what. There's a lot of regional and local opportunities, but it's really hard to take one project and say, this should be competitive for federal funding. So that's kind of where the role of regions or counties or whoever it be can come in to fund some of this work. And then there's a lot more work that's needed to regionally identify these projects. I mean, you saw how many we went to and kind of the span of that. But again, that was in a short time period, and so there's more work to be done. I'll just quickly say that we did have this green initiative, which stands for Growing Our Resilience, Equity, and Economy with Nature. This was kind of happening in the last half of the project that we worked on with CWP. We really realized through this the regional need for green infrastructure implementation. And so we developed a strategic framework for implementing green infrastructure with 4 regional policies and 5 implementation metrics. I don't have a QR code, but this is our dashboard. It has tons of data. It benchmarks the green infrastructure network, and it has a lot of good information about potential areas where we need to do wetland restoration, and green infrastructure implementation and all of that. So I really encourage you all to go and check that out. It's a really fun interactive dashboard, or if you're a nerd like me, then it's really cool. And then I just wanted to say that we are doing a regional resiliency framework, which will hopefully set the stage for more of this work moving into the future. So a couple of months ago, we hired Tetra Tech and ICF to develop this framework with us. And the scope of work includes creating a climate resiliency data profile, identifying resilience funding strategies, developing a green pilot area, and I'll talk more about this in a second. And then ultimately developing a framework which we'll use to create a regional resilience improvement plan. And so, as stormwater professionals, we know that we can't just build our way out of our flooding problems, and so we need to start innovatively thinking about solutions and work across jurisdictions to address the problem. And so one of the efforts that came out of our Green Task Force is that we need to understand the feasibility for large-scale green infrastructure. And so we're working with Tetra Tech and ICF right now to develop this pilot. We're going to review potential areas for large-scale green infrastructure, identifying some of those willing landowners, public properties or large areas that are owned by private entities. identify sites and quantify storage potential and runoff capture, and then categorize sites based on storage type and funding mechanism. And we're hoping to expand this pilot, if all goes well, to the entire 7-county region to guide more of that work in the context of flooding rather than water quality. And so with that, I think I'm right at time. Oh, and the clicker just stopped working, so that was perfect. It told me it's over. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know now. I don't know if we have time, and if not, you can.
We have time for a couple
Cool.
questions.
Any questions? There's a lot of information thrown at you in a short period of time. Yeah.
So you're not allowing any more hardscape seawalls on coastlines here, Southeast Michigan, or is Eagle just not doing that in general?
It seems like it depends. There are some areas where they have been like replacing a seawall, but I think there's really limited funding for that. If somebody's here from Eagle, they might be able to talk about that more. But it's not impossible. They're just looking at other solutions. And truthfully, when we were out in some of the areas where we thought about doing a shoreline softening project, just with the wave action and thinking about winter and all of the ice, it probably wouldn't make sense to do a softened shoreline in some areas. And so we did try and note some of those areas where something like that might be needed.
Any other questions? One more, Paul.
It is not, but I will say that we do work hand in hand with our SISMA. So sometimes if there was a constraint of invasive species like Phragmites being in an area with a project, that was noted as part of our notes. So that was kind of the extent of that.
Thanks.
Great, thanks everyone.
Thanks again, Katie. And Lynn, you guys are tag teaming, right?
Yes,
You do
I'm
both?
gonna
Okay.
kick off. See if I get this.
JC, you're going to grab the. Okay, awesome. So our next talk is the Rain Smart Rebates Incentivizing GSI for Homeowners. So we have Lynn Seymour, Chief Engineer, and Stephanie Petrello, Environmental Planner, both the Water Resource Commissioner's Office.
All right, can you hear me? Okay. I'm sorry, I don't want to. Well, Stephanie and I are happy to be here today to talk about a program we've been working on for the last 10 months called Rain Smart Rebates. And it is a residential-based rebate program to implement green stormwater infrastructure on private property. And especially, it's going to be targeted in the George W. Kuhn Drainage District, and I will refer to it here on out as GWK. So GWK, if you're not familiar with it, is a combined sewer. And so as we talk about climate change, we talk about change in storms, anything we can do to try to capture some of that stormwater to get before it gets into the combined system, it's going to be very important for the resilience of the system. It serves 14 communities in part or in full, and it's located in southeast Oakland County. So why Rain Smart Rebates, or rather, why focus in on residential properties? You know, a lot of the talk today has been about implementing GSI on public land, but, and that honestly is the focus we were originally taking when we started thinking about how do we move GSI forward in the GWK. And it's not a new concept, it's a conversation that's been going on for years. There was a grant that our office got from SEMCOG to help communities look at their codes, their ordinances, and what are the barriers for really implementing GSI in the community. But since then, you know, it's we haven't seen the level of implementation that we'd like to see with green infrastructure. So we developed a questionnaire and we sent it out in 2022 to all the communities within the GWK. We were able to meet with 10 of them, and I don't think, well, the target of the questionnaire was, you know, what are your feelings about GSI? What are the barriers for you implementing it? And then what can WRC do to assist you with moving GSI from an idea we like and support into implementation? So it's no surprise the largest barrier is funding. But as Katie alluded, it's not as simple as just the cost of implementing it. It really spans into the maintenance and the inspection that goes along with it. And so, you know, they're thinking big picture. You know, we could get a grant to implement it, but how are we going to budget it into the future? And then when it came to what can WRC, like if you were gonna kick off a program, can you help us find some solutions for these neighborhood flooding issues that we're encountering? But the one thing that was really enlightening, and I think we can all take forward, is they're really embracing this regional approach. Can we look at a regional approach for maintaining and inspecting? You know, can we leverage our resources? We're all doing similar installations, but maybe if we work together with a contractor or an organization, we might be able to budget better in the future. So, and what I don't have up here, but is kind of demonstrated by our map, they ultimately said, we don't have a lot of public property in the GWK. And so what this map shows in red is the land area zoned residential. So you kind of drive through it on a regular basis, but it hits you when you see it in a map like this. If we really want to have meaningful impact, we have to get the residents involved. So Stephanie and I left that meeting and kind of came up with our great idea to pitch for residential rebates. And we really just had a concept. We met with our leadership team at WRC, and they believed in the concept, but that required us going to the drainage board. It's a Chapter 20 drain, and there's 3 commissioners that serve on it: Commissioner Nash, Commissioner Markham, who's here today, and Commissioner Woodward. And so we went in asking for $350,000 for this 2-year pilot program. We'd like to take 1 year to plan it in 2023 and then launch it in 2024 and 2025. Well, they said, we like the idea, but we need a little bit more detail. So they gave us $150,000 to do the planning. And so for the next 10 months, we were charged with coming up with a program that would be successful, that we could convince the drainage board to buy into and support. We didn't waste any time, and I think Katie did a great job with leading in on the merits of the Center for Watershed Protection. We ended up entering into contracts with the Center for Watershed Protection and the Clinton River Watershed Council. As Katie mentioned, the Center for Watershed Protection just has a vast knowledge, especially when it came to doing similar programs with rebates and residential properties. So they were a great asset for kind of helping us frame that, you know, to develop the framework for the program. And ultimately, we knew the Clinton River Watershed Council was key to our success. You know, we knew to go into implementation, we needed them because they're such a trusted member of the community and such a resource. This is what they do every day, is working with homeowners, working on green infrastructure. So to bring them in the planning stages was key, so that way we can have a more seamless transition into construction. After that, we did meet with the 6 different programs across the country, learning what worked, what didn't work, what would you do different, and kind of like understanding what they tracked. And it helped us really figure out how our program should work and what we wanted to achieve with it. After that came some of the fun stuff. We have a great communications team, and so we searched, okay, what names were taken, you know, what kind of logo do we want to represent our program that, you know, intuitively kind of connects it to stormwater. So we ended with Rain Smart Rebates, and it kind of ties in our county logo too, so we're really excited about that. And we also narrowed down the features that we'd be promoting for implementation when it came to GSI. Over the summer, we worked with SEMCOG, the Clinton River Watershed Council, and our 4 pilot communities, which I'll highlight a little later, to kind of cover in enough, like a short video to kind of gain interest, explain it, and draw you to our website. So hopefully if you live in the GWK, you'll want to apply. And then finally, some of like the more critical stuff is being finalized, which is our website. You know, what is enough resources to get a homeowner from being interested and having the tools readily available to implement it on their property? And then tracking. Tracking is such a key thing to figure out in the beginning, you know, because it's harder to go back and build that in. So we are working with the Center for Watershed Protection, and I think we have it figured out. I'm sure we'll forget something, but we right now are staged to have our application, our site visit, and the rebate information all come into our GIS database so we can run queries, we can understand how many people applied but didn't follow through, or what were the total numbers of trees, or what kind of trees were they interested in. We'll be able to get all that information from our tracking system. So in simple terms, this is our goal. We want to promote environmental stewardship and help homeowners manage stormwater on their property, and to do so using green stormwater infrastructure. And our program will be promoting rain gardens, rain barrels, and native trees. So here is our video that I will play. I hope you enjoy it.
The Rain Smart Rebates program is here to help communities develop green infrastructure. This allows homeowners to install green infrastructure on their properties. That includes planting trees, doing rain barrels on their downspouts so the rain is collected, and rain gardens that allow the water to be directed into them so they can have a little garden on their property that looks very nice. All those things cost money, and we can pay them back to do this. We're investing in these communities by doing this, and each homeowner can benefit from that.
So green infrastructure helps us to mitigate those impacts from climate, and these green infrastructure installations are able to capture a huge amount of water and let that water filter back through the soil instead of that water running off, as we see, into storm drains and going directly into our combined sewer system.
You know, every little property that everybody owns is a small little piece of an area within a whole big watershed, so it makes a way bigger impact if you get your neighbor involved, and makes a larger impact if you get your whole block involved.
It absorbs water out of the ground, the leaves absorb some of the rainwater, it provides shade, it provides cooling in the community. All those things are benefited from planting trees. So if you keep a rain barrel on your property, after a rain, you've got 50 gallons of water you can use watering your plants or watering your yard or whatever you want to do with it.
Oftentimes in environmental causes, it seems like it's hard to make an individual difference, but this is an opportunity where residents really have the tools and the resources being provided by the county to make a difference on their property. It really allows people to have a part in a broader solution for stormwater here in Southeast Michigan.
This is the water resources we depend on for our economy, for our safety, for the health of the environment. All of that we need to protect. We're becoming resilient to climate change. Any homeowner in the district here can qualify for this. Just contact my office. You can even contact your own community. Everything we're doing in collaboration with these communities, and they're very involved with this.
How about that? Yeah. All right. So I talked about, I am loud. Sorry. So I talked about our pilot partners, and you know, trying to develop a program like this with 14 communities providing their input can be a little difficult. So we wanted a representative group, and we had 4 communities volunteer to be part of it: Birmingham, Oak Park, Royal Oak, and Southfield. And it was key to the success of the development of the program. They, you know, gave their time every other month to meet with us, and they were, you know, really provided, we tossed ideas out there, and they really helped us think it through and provided feedback, especially when it came to what BMPs do we want to use for our pilot? What should the price point be? Does our tree list make sense? And they even helped us with finalizing the logo and name. So thank you again to those 4 communities. But I'm going to turn it over now to Stephanie. I'll go this way.
Might not see me back here. Oh, we'll take questions in a little bit. Okay, so yeah, moving on to the rebates. As Lynn mentioned in the video talked about, we'll be offering these 3 rebates for the program. Some of the first things we did in the development of this was talk to 6 other programs across the country. Most of them have been in existence for over 10 years, so they offer additional rebates, and they have their own way of calculating the value of what their rebate is. Obviously, they've had a lot of data for their past. They can adjust their rates as necessary and market values, but we didn't have that. So in order to set our rates, we went about it from a different avenue. We priced out what it would cost the homeowner today to go to their local big box store and purchase supplies to install a rain garden or to buy a tree that's at least 5 feet tall. So we took an inventory of what was out there in their price list, and we feel like this will help the average homeowner cover their cost of rebates. So as you can see, a rain garden will be reimbursed for up to $6 a square foot of the installed area. Rain barrels you'll get a rebate of up to $125 per rain barrel, and trees up to $250 per tree. Rain barrels and trees, we're allowing up to 2 per property, and the maximum rebate ceiling is $2,000 per property. So that means you can mix and match your stormwater projects. If you want to install all 3, you can, but regardless of what you install, the maximum is going to be within your category or the rebate ceiling. So you won't get $2,000 unless you install a rain garden of adequate size. In setting up this process, we tried to make it as simple as possible, as governments do, you know, while still having enough oversight to feel comfortable about our level of involvement and the quality of implementations. So to start, a homeowner is going to go on our website and fill out an application form. This is going to be really simple, strictly their name, address, and their contact information. From there, our office will verify that they are the property owner, that they're within the district, and they'll be accepted into the program. They'll get a notification for them to then sign up for a site assessment with the Watershed Council. The Watershed Council is integral in this process. They will be doing 99% of the site assessments for us. For that, we're asking for a $25 site assessment fee from the homeowner to help offset some of those costs. Obviously, it's not going to cover everything, but it's also a way to instill that the homeowner is really interested in this program. We're hoping to cut down on cancellations or no-shows. At your site assessment, which is mandatory, the Watershed Council will go through, walk the property with the homeowner, take a number of key data points, discuss the stormwater projects that a homeowner might want to install, talk about the hold harmless agreement and the maintenance contract, and at the end of that assessment, the homeowner will know what their property is eligible for. So if you think you want a rain barrel but you have no need for extra water, it's probably not a good idea for you to install one. The homeowner will get a specialized report based off of your site assessment that indicates what they're eligible for, and from there they can go start purchasing their materials and installing their projects. Once they've installed their project, they will go back to our website and fill out their rebate request form. We're hoping to make this as simple as possible as well, but they will need to upload photos and receipts and a few additional questions, and our office will review that and send out the rebate check. You'll notice that at step 3 for installation, we have little asterisks. This program is meant to be homeowner-led and a DIY program, but we realize that that could exclude a subset of our population. So we have developed what we're calling the equity grant. The purpose of the equity grant is to remove those barriers that a homeowner may come up against, either physically or financially, to install a stormwater project. During the application process, there'll be a question that asks if you need additional assistance. They can say yes or no. If they say yes, they will be in queue for the equity grant. This means that the Watershed Council will waive their site fee and go through the same site assessment process. And if they're eligible, they will purchase and install those materials for the homeowner. We aren't asking for additional financial information. It's self-reporting. And we are reserving 20% of the total rebate budget for the equity grant. This was based off of the communities in the GWK district who Eagle has classified as overburdened or significantly overburdened, and they make up 20% of the district, roughly. Oh, real quick, forgot. The equity grant participants will also be responsible to sign the hold harmless and maintenance agreement. So they will still be required to maintain their stormwater features. And that covers the bulk of our program. The next couple minutes, I'm just going to go through a couple additional features we're working on or have already developed, particularly the website. This is a little snapshot of what our landing page is going to look like. It's not live. We will be housed under Oakland County and the Water Resources Commissioner's webpage. We will be subject to the county's design platform, much to the dismay of our marketing team, but they're doing the best they can. It will look nice. You can access it by a short URL, just oakgov.com/rainsmart. And as you scroll through, or as I attempt to scroll through, you'll see our goal for the program, 3 main buttons to help you navigate the web page, and then our video at the bottom. So trying to make it pretty simple on the landing page. These 3 buttons will help determine where you end up on the website. So we want people to first know, are they eligible? Do they reside in the GWK district? The first button, you can enter a map, enter your address, and see whether or not you are in the district. If you already know that you're eligible, you can click on the second button and go straight to the application page. If you're curious about the program, want to know additional benefits, what have you, you can access the rest of our webpage through the resources button. So let's pretend you don't know if you're eligible. You click on the Am I Eligible button and you'll get this message. Kind of hard to read on the big screen, but it basically says you're entering an interactive map that will tell you whether or not you can participate in the program. And here again, you'll go ahead and click close and start typing in your address. If you're filling this out at home, you can also use your current location. So we have a hypothetical Main Street in Royal Oak, and it'll tell us whether or not we are eligible for the program. You'll get one of 2 messages. As you enter your address, you'll get a little pin. It'll drop where that was, and for this example, congratulations, you can apply. You'll get 2 little notifications or options to choose from. 1, you can go straight to the application page, or 2, if you have additional questions, you can reach out to our email address or call a really nice person who happens to be me, and that's my cell phone number. So nice people only, please. If you aren't in the district, so this pin is just outside the border, you'll get a different message that says, unfortunately, you're not within the GWK district, so you can't apply at this time, but if you would like to be on a list, you can send your contact information to our email address. We're hoping that this is widely successful and we can expand it to the rest of the county. For this, I'm not giving out my cell phone number. Okay, moving on to our very complicated tracking system, and I don't say that as a joke. I think this is really neat what we're trying to do here. Once you apply for the program, you essentially are submitting a dot on a map that will have over 100 attributes tied to it, none of them filled out until you submit your application form. As you go through the process, more of those attributes will be filled out. This system will have both public and private facing information. We will be using Survey 123 for the application form and for the site assessments. So everything will be housed in a central feature layer on a centralized map, which will only be viewable to WRC staff or CRWC staff. Only a subset of those attributes will be available on our public web-facing app. So things like the homeowner's name and their actual address won't be available, but you'll be able to see what was installed, their rebate amount, and gallons stored, things like that. The take-home message to this is that everything that we're doing is being tied to one central location so that we don't have multiple spreadsheets or databases or whatever. The Center for Watershed Protection is currently working on this and wrapping that up for us, or adjusting our expectations as we keep sending them things to include. But this will be really nice when it's all done. We have also been working with the Watershed Council to do a couple informational videos. This first one being how to install a rain barrel. We were really fortunate that Cole from the Watershed Council, I don't know if he's here today, but he volunteered to be our narrator and do 99% of the manual labor. So that is Cole doing the barrel installation. We had a WRC employee with an extra rain barrel, so that was really nice for us to use as well. Those are currently being edited and will be on the website in the coming weeks. Our second, less interesting video is about soil infiltration, which will be necessary for anyone who wants to do a rain garden. It'll walk you through the process step by step on how to do that. Okay, so let's assume you went through the whole process, you're eligible, you applied, you had your site assessment, and you installed all your features. Now you want your rebate. We have, that's kind of hard to see, a rebate request form also online that you'll fill out a few questions. Again, your name, address, and what stormwater project you installed. As you click on either rain garden, rain barrel, or tree, a few more questions will pop up. So for example, the rain garden. All of these projects, we're going to ask you to submit photos, your receipts, and an itemized list. We're curious if you did it yourself, used a contractor, and when it was installed. But some additional simple questions that you should know is the total area of your rain garden. The volume will be calculated automatically. We're also curious if you installed 1 or 2 rain barrels, and the size of those, as well as the vendor. Similarly with trees, whether you planted 1 or 2, their height, caliper, and species. That will then be sent to our office, we'll review it, and hopefully you get all the money you request. Our last slide, here we go. So we've done a lot in the last 10 months. We are still finalizing and troubleshooting the tracking system and the website, but with this public presentation, we are now ready to share it with the district. We're asking our pilot partners and any other stakeholders who are interested to help us promote this so that we can officially start taking applications January 1st. And with that, we have 2 minutes for 2 questions.
Yep. Any question? Well, a lot of questions. You get down in front here. Yes, please.
So that's a great question. We have built in the scenario and approval process for somebody who maybe rents a home and is interested to do some best management practices, but they must get the homeowner's approval. So we'll require an extra step, that maybe a notarized letter saying that the homeowner is providing that approval.
Quick follow-up question. Is this only single-family homes, like detached single-family, or like a duplex or multifamily?
Right now, it's single family. We hope to expand it based on, the interest and board approval. But yeah, right now, single family.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
So I don't know the technical answer for it, but I know we met with JC and we went through and shared the system that you've talked about. So we are looking to integrate it. I don't know how easy it is, but that is the goal.
One follow-up question, just out of curiosity. This is an awesome program. My question would be like, how do you make sure that the rain gardens are actually functioning? Like, are you requiring that the homeowners take some kind of classes or demonstrate some level of competency, or is it just sort of an honor system?
It is an honor system. We have the maintenance agreement that they will be signing. We can obviously promote the Master Rain Gardener program.
There will be an approval process
Yeah.
for the rain gardens. They will need to submit their design and have it approved by the office.
Yeah, so there is a design component, but for us to go out and physically verify that it's functioning, no, we're going to just probably take a subset and do site visits afterwards.
Devin?
Yeah, I just had a question, I guess, specifically on that maintenance agreement. Like, what does that entail for a property owner? Is there follow-up site assessments, or is there maintenance period that you're kind of making them commit to?
Well, so the maintenance agreement is just, first of all, the first step, acknowledging that there is maintenance required, right? You know, a lot of times people want to assume like, oh, I'm going to put in this rain garden and now, you know, it's going to take care of itself. You know, it's the first step of acknowledging maintenance is required. And then I don't remember the term or the length of the maintenance. If we
We're shooting for 5 years.
Yeah, I think we have 5 years built into it. But the thought process is we will take a subset and do spot checks. We can't inspect them all with the resources we have, but we will be doing some, and we can always use aerials too later on to be like, is that still there?
I saw one. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're going to be utilizing Royal Oak's guidebook for residential rain gardens. And we probably didn't highlight enough, but what's really key with that site assessment is talking to the homeowner. They may think a rain garden sounds great, but they hate landscaping, they hate weeding. We may steer them into a different direction, or a rain barrel. If they don't have anything to water, a rain barrel's not the solution that's going to be best for their property. So it's really going to be tailored to making them understand what they're implementing and making sure it's a good fit for them.
In your denser and older neighborhoods where you have historically significant properties like we do in our neighborhood, we have seniors that are like, I don't want that ugly red barrel in front of my house. And so are you thinking about designing alternative contextual solutions that will fit the architectural typology for an arts and crafts home or for a Victorian, if those neighborhoods are appropriate? Have you explored alternative designs for the rain barrels that might be acceptable to residents who want something that looks like it belongs to their house?
Well, ultimately, the homeowner is responsible for purchasing their rain barrel, so they can pick one that looks good for their house. That's not really within our purview to dictate or to lead them to a certain rain barrel style. But, you know, they could also put it on their garage if they don't want to look at it.
So the one thing I think I'll add is that my DIY projects never look as organized as that. I don't know if that's more typical to have everything laid out perfectly ahead of time, but I don't look like that at all. So thank you very much. So we have one final short networking break. Okay, the tent is still up, the exhibits are still down there, so we do have a few more minutes. Highly encourage you to come back at 2:30. We have an excellent presentation by meteorologist Paul Gross. We will start at 2:30 promptly, so last break. All right, we're gonna get started here with the last presentation of the day. So We are very excited to have Paul Gross. A lot of Paul's titles are on the, up on the screen right there. But he's probably most known for WDIV, meteorology, and he is now the meteorologist, I can't even say that very well, emeritus. That doesn't roll off the tongue as well as it should. So please welcome Paul Gross.
Well, first of all, I am so happy to be here. I love talking about this stuff, and I wish I could have been here actually the whole day, but I had other commitments today that I could not get out of. But you're going to get quite an education, and we're going to be talking about just science, and I want to make it clear from the get-go that there's going to be no advocacy, there's going to be no politics or anything like that. What you're going to see is just science. You're not going to see a single picture of a starving polar bear, a suffering penguin, or anything like that. You are just going to get science here. And I have traveled the world to interview some of the most eminent climate scientists in the world over my career. I was just in Paris 2 weeks ago representing the country with about 2 or 3 other U.S. meteorologists at an invitation-only conference, and we got another update on climate change from a climate scientist. So we're just going to get right started. And by the way, I want to make sure you understand, I use the terms interchangeably, global warming and climate change. There is no political inference to be taken from that. I actually prefer the term global warming because it is a global warming. I mean, to me, climate change is like bread. Global warming is rye bread. It's more specific, and it's more, it tells you more about the worldwide, impact of this thing. So I'm going to start with a comic strip, and I think you can all read that. And I'm just going to let you read it. And the reason I show this is because there are extremists on both ends of the spectrum that talk about this issue. There are people that are saying that the world is going to end, and I mean, literally we have 2 years and it's going to be all over, and of course that's an extremist point of view. And there are people that say that just this is all a bunch of hooey, and that's an extremist view that's incorrect as well. So as far as miss the end of the world here, the planet is warming, and I'm going to show you what the ramifications of that are. And I've had a couple of private conversations, and Jim, you and I talked about this last night, that climate change and global warming is going to disproportionately impact poorer communities and poorer nations because you have less sturdy structures that people live in. You have infrastructure that's older or just not adequate. And like here in the U.S., you have a lot of people in poor communities that don't even have insurance. So something happens to them and they can't even fix it. They can't. So the bottom line is that it's nice. And again, I just had this conversation that there are like people that are just sitting back having a beer watching the Monday Night Football that don't care about the life of a person that lives on an island in the West Pacific. But there are islands in the West Pacific that are going to just disappear. There are entire nations that are physically going to be gone, and there's actually one nation I heard that they've actually purchased land on another larger island with a higher elevation so they can physically move the entire nation's population someday and actually still have a nation. So, I mean, there are ramifications that, it's not the end of the world, but the implications are going to be pretty significant. So, all right, I'm going to go over science, indicators of the warming, impacts of the warming. I'm going to do some local impacts, including some research that I did, and just a brief mention of the future. So let's start with the greenhouse effect. It has taken a very negative connotation. The greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are those gases that trap heat. Well, we get energy from the sun that comes down on the Earth, and some of that energy is absorbed as it hits the planet. Some of it radiates back out to space, and then this atmosphere of ours, it's those heat-trapping gases that keep the heat in. Now, if we did not have this atmosphere and these greenhouse gases, the atmosphere, the planet here, would have an average temperature of about 0. Okay? So we need these greenhouse gases to just keep the planet at a temperature that we can survive at. I mean, our average temperature on this planet is about 60 degrees, the entire planet. So that's suitable for life. Without these greenhouse gases, we don't have a livable planet. So we need the greenhouse gases. The problem is that we are adding, we have actually changed the composition of our planet's atmosphere. Okay? We have changed the composition of our planet's atmosphere. And by the way, you're going to see a lot here. You're not going to remember everything I tell you, but you're going to walk out of here with maybe 2, 3, 4 things that I said that are going to resonate with you, and you'll remember those talking points, and then you'll be able to talk intelligently about this when people bring up the subject. All right, let's talk about the gases in the atmosphere. So the atmosphere is 99% nitrogen and oxygen, and there are some important trace gases in there, but the greenhouse gases, the main ones that trap heat, are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. So those are the main gases that trap heat in our atmosphere. And as you can see, that's basically less than 1% of our total atmosphere, but that also shows you how potent those gases are. That small amount in our atmosphere is enough to warm this planet. And if you want a physical example of that, let's say you make some eggs in the morning and you sprinkle some pepper on that. Think of how much the pepper changes the flavor, the taste of your eggs, compared to just the volume of that pepper compared to the volume of the eggs. I mean, that pepper is nothing. That pepper is virtually nothing compared to the mass of stuff of the eggs on your plate, but think of how much it changes the flavor. So these trace gases here, there aren't a lot of them up there, but it's enough. They're very potent. It's enough to really warm things up. All right, I'm going to get this because I'm going to add to this, because since we had this slide made, okay, so in 1863, John Tyndall, he actually predicted that doubling carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would warm the surface of the Earth. Now, this is not new science. This is the 1800s. 1895, Spontaneous, he said the Arctic, he actually predicted the Arctic would warm 15 degrees if carbon dioxide increased by 2 to 3 times. Now, at the time, carbon dioxide was 295 parts per million in the atmosphere. We're now over 400. And what he said is actually starting to come true. Now, the reason I have this is I have learned now that in 1822, Joseph Fourier suggested that the atmosphere's role in retaining heat was like a greenhouse. So that goes back now to 1822. And for you ladies in here, in 1859, Eunice Foote, a scientist, Eunice Foote suggested that carbon dioxide was the main greenhouse gas. So this science goes back many, many years. This is not just something that was invented by politicians a few years ago. And here is a newspaper article. Look at the date, August 14th, 1912. I'll read it to you. The furnaces of the world are now burning about 2 billion tons of coal a year. When this is burned, uniting with oxygen, it adds about 7 trillion tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere yearly. This tends to make the air a more effective blanket for the Earth and to raise its temperature. The effect may be considerable in a few centuries. Okay, that is in a newspaper in 1912. So again, this is not just some made-up stuff from just a year ago. All right. There are really three main things that dictate how warm or cold a planet's going to be. How close you are to your star, in our case, the sun. Number 2, it's your surface albedo. In other words, the color of your planet. Dark colors absorb more radiation than lighter colors. And then also, you have the composition of your atmosphere. Okay? And we just talked about how the composition of our atmosphere right now has our planet at a temperature that we can live at. Now, people love to say, people who want to deny this science love to say, hey, it's been this warm. In fact, it's been warmer in the past. Well, here's the rub. We know exactly what caused all of those previous warmings. Each one was caused by astronomical changes, things like the eccentricity of our orbit around the sun, which is not a perfect circle, the axial tilt of the Earth, that's a 41,000-year cycle, the precession of our axis, we're tilted at 23.5 degrees, that's about every 23,000 years, things that happen, wobbles in our Earth's rotation and things in our orbit. All of that caused the previous warmings we had on our planet. And none of that has happened today. The only thing that has happened in the past 120 years is the Industrial Revolution. And through that, and the way we've developed our society, we have changed the composition of our atmosphere by adding more of those heat-trapping gases. Now, the evolution of our society was not a bad thing. All of that innovation made our lives better. It's just now we've discovered that the byproduct of that is a warming planet. But so I'm not saying that all of that development and all of that technology and the innovation, I'm not saying that was bad. That was all good. It's just now we've discovered that there's a consequence to that. All right, how do we know what the weather was, or at least what the climate was, so many years ago? The big one is ice cores. So let me explain that. Up in the poles, it snows a lot, as you know. And then it snows on the past year's snow, and then the next year it snows on top of that snow, and the next year on top of that snow. And over the course of centuries and thousands of years and millions of years, all that snow, it just kind of pushes down and it crushes the snow down below and turns that into ice. Well, here's the great thing about that. That ice has little bubbles in it, air bubbles. And those air bubbles have air that was the atmosphere of this planet at the time that that stuff was trapped. So they drill ice cores, okay, and the farther down they go, the farther back in time they go, and they extract the air from those bubbles. And so we know the composition of our atmosphere going back now. It was 800,000 years. Now I think it's over 2 million years now. They know the composition of our planet's atmosphere. And the best thing about that is when our planet's temperature goes up and down, there's an isotope of hydrogen called deuterium that goes up and down in our atmosphere. So by understanding the ratio of deuterium in our atmosphere going back those millions of years, we actually also know the relative temperature of our planet. So we know what our planet's temperatures and atmospheric composition has been going back for all these years. Oh, by the way, some of the other things, for a more recent, you have tree rings, so that's more recent. You also have bands and coral that gives us, again, more recent reads on temperature, and also sediment cores. They give us like ocean chemistry and things like that, which are, again, impacted by the planet's temperature. All right, so let's look at carbon dioxide going back 800,000 years. Absolutely, there are huge swings, big ups and downs. But look what happens when you get to the Industrial Revolution. We're over 400 parts per million, up to roughly 420 parts per million. And you know what some climate scientists are starting to do? On their Twitter page, I refuse to say X, on their Twitter page, they put in their bio, born at 380 parts per million. Born at 370 parts per million. I mean, so some climate scientists are starting to put that on their bios. But anyhow, yes, there have been massive oscillations of carbon dioxide over the years, but look at the previous highest amount. Well, I'd say it's about right there. It's about 300 parts per million. That was about 400,000 years ago, okay? And look at this now. We've blown past. That was 300. We're over 400 now. This is just not natural. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this for yourself. I'm showing you right from the data. And by the way, at the bottom of each slide is the source of the, of the data. So a lot of this is from NOAA, NASA, and stuff like that. All right, there are other, as I mentioned, there are three main heat-trapping gases aside from water vapor. So we have carbon dioxide, we have nitrous oxide, and we have methane. And notice again, you start the Industrial Revolution, all three of these heat-trapping gases all started rising very quickly. So again, the Industrial Revolution was a major jump in technology that made life better for society. It's just that the byproduct of a lot of that activity is heat-trapping gases. And you can see, again, I'm just showing you the data. Look, it was very steady. This goes back to 1,000 years ago. For 1,000 years, it was hardly moving. It was just very steady, and then all of a sudden, just took right off. All right, if you're wondering the percentages, carbon dioxide, as mentioned, is the main one. That's 82%, but 10% is methane, 5% nitrous oxide, then you have fluorinated gas. But methane is the one I want you to, even though it's only 10%, you're thinking, But methane is significantly more potent than carbon dioxide, significantly. And we're seeing methane increase, and there's speculation about other sources of methane, like, for example, permafrost, those permanently frozen ground up in the high latitudes. Years ago there was, and oh, by the way, I should have mentioned that I'm going to allow a good 15 minutes for questions. So if you have questions, just hang on, because I'm not going to talk for the whole hour. Don't worry about that. Methane is significantly more potent than carbon dioxide, and there are sources like that permafrost up like in Siberia or northern Canada. Now that's permanently frozen ground, and there's organic material in that ground. And if you melt the ground, if it unfreezes, that material decays. And when that material decays, Methane is a byproduct of that. So there's, fear, I guess we'll call it, of a massive outgassing of methane if all that permafrost thaws. So methane is something, even though all you hear about is carbon dioxide, and that's important, I just want you in the back of your minds, I want you just to remember methane as well. All right, if you're wondering where the stuff comes from, well, you can see pretty much, the main thirds here are transportation, electricity, and industry. And by the way, my laser pointer is not working as well, but I brought Brandon Rue's broken golf stick here. Okay, so transportation, electricity, and industry are the three main ones. You can see agriculture and commercial and residential. Concrete, by the way, concrete production creates a lot of greenhouse gases. So that's where it's all coming from. A lot of people ask me, where's all this stuff come from? So that's where it's coming from. All right. If you're wondering about scientific agreement, some people, if you ask the average person, they think that there is a big disagreement among scientists around the planet as to what's happening. That's absolutely false. Okay? This is a record of historical temperatures going back to 1880 by 5 different climate research institutions all around the world. 5 different ones working completely independent of each other. And look at again, you get some differences right at the beginning in 1880, but look at the remarkable similarity in these curves, in this graph, as you go all the way back up here. So there is tremendous agreement among the scientific community on the rate of warming. Now you notice that we started with some warming here a little after 1900, because again, the Industrial Revolution started back in here. So in the same way that you put a pot of cold water on the stove and turn on the burner, you stick your finger in it, it's still cold. It takes a while for the heat to start, getting through the water where you start feeling it warming up. Same thing here. And so we had some warming. There was a bit of a leveling off, but now this rate of warming is what's most concerning. From about 1960, going back about the past 60 years, this rate of warming is highly, highly unusual. It is very, very unusual, and that has us scientists very concerned because essentially, and this is a term that became very popular during the pandemic, but without using the term, we scientists have been saying it for many years, we need to flatten this curve. Okay? You've heard flatten the curve during the pandemic. Try to, reduce the number of people getting hospitalized so the hospitals could handle it. Instead of going like this and overwhelming the hospitals, try to flatten the curve a little bit. Well, what's happening is changes are happening so fast that there are a lot of species that don't have time to adapt or to migrate, or in the case of humans, to mitigate even. So it's the rate of change that's really important here. That's highly unusual, and it just doesn't give a lot of species time to adapt. All right, this is one of the most important slides in the whole presentation. I call it the smoking gun slide, and the number one question I get from people is, how do we know that humans are the proximate cause of this warming? That's the number one question I get. People want to know, how do we know it's us? Okay. I have to explain this before I have to explain climate models before I go through this whole thing. Let's say a scientist develops a climate model to predict the future climate. You obviously have to test the model. You have to determine, okay, does this model have any value? Does it work? So what they do is they put in past data to see if they can predict what has happened in the past 60 years, for example. So if the model can pretty successfully predict what's happened in the past 60 years, where we know what happened, we know the answer, then we figure the model has some value for the future. So what they did, what this set of researchers did, okay, they ran 2 different types of climate models. They basically averaged a bunch of climate models together. Now, the green bar, okay, the green line, I should say, okay, that line was the climate models that were run with all of the natural things that affect climate plus the human impact, the human-created increase in the heat-trapping gases. Okay? So the green line is nature plus humans. Okay? The blue line is nature only without the humans. And then the orange line, or whatever you want to call it, amber, that orange line is what has actually happened. Okay? So if you look, the green line, which is the climate models using humans and natural things, it kind of pretty much follows and shows that real dramatic increase in the rate of warming. But if you look at this blue line, which is only nature, and not humans, it actually suggests, if you go start like here, it actually suggests the planet cooled in the past 60 years. And we know that that hasn't happened. So this is what shows us that humans have changed the composition of our planet's atmosphere, and the planet has warmed as a result. This is, if you want to call it, the smoking gun. All right, if you're wondering again about the agreement among the scientists, 99%, over 99% actually, of actively publishing climate scientists agree that human-caused climate change is happening. 99.9% of the research published in the peer-reviewed science journals find that human-caused climate change is happening. There is overwhelming agreement among climate scientists worldwide. Are there a few that disagree? Hey, that's fine, and the essence of science is discussion, but they have not been able to replicate any kind of climate model that will show that what's happening now is wrong. They've not been able to actually do research that publishes anything that shows that what's happening now is not human caused. So anyhow, there's just great agreement among scientists worldwide. Despite what you might think, there's great agreement. All right, look at some indicators. Now, I've got this one from 2019. This is land and ocean temperatures, and you see the scale down here. So pink or red is warmer, blue is colder. So I guess if you look at the whole world, you see what you see. Most of the world was warmer than average for that year. But I want you to notice something. There's a reason I'm showing you this one. If you look at the north central United States right there, there's a little area there that was a little bit cooler than average that year. So if you lived here, you might have said, what global warming? Well, what's happening in your backyard is not necessarily what's happening to the entire world at that time. And so remember the polar vortex? Remember that winter? Okay. The eastern third of the United States, I wish I had a map like this for that winter. I'm going to try and get one, but in any event, if we had a map like this for that winter, the eastern third of the United States was dark blue. We were sub-zero. We set a bunch of record lows and stuff, but you know what? The rest of the world was warm. We were stuck in a weather pattern where we were in that bitter cold drop in the jet stream, but most of the rest of the world was warm. I had friends of mine in Europe, in Paris, TV meteorologists. Every so often we'd text each other. They'd say, oh yeah, it's like 58 here. It's like, oh yeah, it's 14 below here. And you have to look at the fact. That's why I like global warming. You look at this, most of the globe was warmer than average that year. And again, you just have one little spot here, and also a little spot just southeast of Greenland here, right in here. And I'll maybe talk about that in a minute. All right. The 10 hottest global years on record. I'll let you look at the years here, but I guess I won't waste your time. So 2010, and again, these are the 10 hottest years for the planet on record. 2010, and let's see, we have 2014, 2016, 2017, 2015, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. So basically, the 10 hottest years on record have occurred since the year 2010. That's not natural. I can't even imagine a scenario where something like that would happen. And by the way, in case you're wondering, when's the last time that the planet had a record cold year? It was over 100 years ago. All right, this is actually really interesting. You've heard us talk about on TV, El Nino, La Nina. That's an ocean pattern in the Pacific Ocean. El Nino, the warm waters push eastward across the Pacific. La Nina, the warm waters push westward. La Nina years are cooler years for the planet. El Nino years are warmer years for the planet. So what I want you to notice, okay, so the blue years are La Nina years, the cooler years for the planet. The red is the El Nino years. So anything red is an El Nino year, or years. Anything blue is a La Nina year. Notice how now the La Nina years are warmer than the El Nino years were back here in the 1980. So you can see the warming, even the things that affect the planet's temperature outside of just the gases in the atmosphere, those are being overwhelmed. The last 3 years were La Nina years, and those 3 years were all on that graph I just showed you as some of the warmest years on record. That's extraordinary. That's one of the things that blows me away the most, is that 3 of our top 10 years on record since 1880 occurred during La Nina years, which are supposed to be cooler for the planet. All right, and it's not just the land, it's the oceans, okay? This is ocean, change in sea surface temperature in the ocean since 1901. And remember I mentioned about Greenland? So why is that cooler? Well, there's I think it's a mile-thick ice sheet on Greenland. And that ice is melting, and it's flowing into the North Atlantic. That's cooler water, obviously. So there's a cold pool here developing off the southeast coast of Greenland. And there's another thing. That water's fresh water, because ice is fresh water, okay? The oceans, you know, are salt water, salty. You've all been, some of you have been to the ocean, you know, it's salty. And so that's a different, that fresh water is a different density than the salt water of the rest of the ocean. And there are lots of ocean currents like the Gulf Stream that could be affected by that. So the Gulf Stream takes warm waters here from the Caribbean up the southeast coast of the United States, and it crosses the Atlantic like this to England. Now look at how much farther north England is than we are. So we're down here, okay, and England is up here. So that Gulf Stream warms England in the winter. That's why England is milder than we are in the winter. Well, if the Gulf Stream, and by the way, that has a technical name. It's called the Atlantic Meridional Oceanic Circulation, AMOC. So I'll just call it the Gulf Stream. Anyhow, that Gulf Stream, I just read a paper 2 weeks ago that they're seeing signs that it might be slowing down. That would be catastrophic for Northwest Europe. Like I say, they could, it's funny, in a warming world, they could end up colder in the winter for a while until that recovers and warms again in Northwest Europe. But those ocean circulations are critical to the atmospheric circulations. So if those oceanic circulations break down, I mean, again, there's going to be an impact on our weather, too. So just want you to know that the oceans are heating up. And by the way, the reason I love to show this, because again, people who like to deny this science, they like to say, hey, the temperatures on land the temperatures are warming up because urbanization, cities are getting bigger, the thermometers are now in cities when they used to be out in the country, and so because of the urbanization, you know, that's why the world's getting warmer. It's not getting warmer, it's just cities are getting bigger. Well, guess what? There are no cities here. There are no cities there. There are no cities here. There are none here, here, here. I mean, the oceans are warming up at a very unusual rate as well. So it's not the urban effect. And just so you know, the oceans, all this excess heat we're getting in our atmosphere, the oceans are taking in 93% of that. Right now, the oceans are saving us. Because let's say our planet wasn't 3/4 ocean and 1/4 land. Let's say we were 50-50 land and ocean. The land, we would be skyrocketing over land with these temperatures. But because the oceans take up so much of this heat, you can see here, 93%. The rest of it, the air, land, and the ice, are only picking up 7% of that increased heat. All right, sea level rise. This is a physical impact here. Of course, this goes back to the 1st century, so we're going back a couple thousand years. Of course, you have variations in sea level. And then you get to the present. Look at that. That's not natural. I mean, you go back 2,000 years. And this is by century. So we're kind of smoothing out maybe an individual year or even an individual decade where it was much higher or much lower. So by century, that's just extraordinary. Statistically, that's mind-boggling, the difference. And by the way, I'll explain real quick why sea level is rising. Now, there's a reason that you think it's rising. That's because the polar ice melting. Well, that's partially true. The North Pole ice is melting, but it has no contribution to sea level whatsoever. And that's because the ice at the North Pole is already in the ocean. So let's say you have a glass of ice water filled right up to the brim with water. You put it on your counter. Well, you'll get condensation on the glass, but I'm talking about the water inside the glass. When that ice melts, notice the water doesn't overflow the glass, okay? The ice has already taken up its volume, its space in the glass. So when that ice melts, it doesn't increase the volume of water in the glass. So that's the North Pole ice. The North Pole ice are the ice cubes in your glass. Antarctica and Greenland, however, those are ice sheets that are on land. So when those melt, that goes into the oceans. But that's only about 2/3 roughly of sea level rise. You know what the other third is? Nobody knows this. You're going to love this. The other third is just because of the fact that the ocean water is warming. Ocean water, just water in general, has a very interesting property. It's called thermal expansion. When you warm the water, the volume of the water increases. So just the fact that the water is getting warmer, the oceans are getting warmer, is 1/3 of the sea level rise. And we're already seeing impacts of that. You all know about the tides. The tides go up and down, rising, falling tides because of the moon going around the earth. In Miami, I have a friend who's a TV meteorologist down there, and he was telling me that back in the past, when you had the unusually high tides called king tides, that's when you have like a full moon, and the full moon you get a higher tide, okay? Well, back in the past, you never had flooding from those. Well, now, there are streets in Miami that are routinely flooding during king tides. These are just normal streets that never have ever before, flooded just with no storm or anything, and they're flooding. Anytime there's a king tide, those streets just routinely flood because the sea levels are rising. All right, it started. I didn't want it to start yet. Okay, this is actually pretty cool. Okay, this is satellite observations. This is Arctic sea ice, and something I want you to notice, the whites that you see here, okay, that's older ice. There's a chart there on the right, you can see, that's older ice. The blues and the kind of the murky colors here, that's younger ice. The reason that's important is older ice melts slower than newer ice, or put it a different way, the younger ice melts quicker than the older ice. So now I'm going to put this into motion. And watch what has happened since the year 2000. So, I think did that stay at the end? Or did I go back to the beginning? Okay, let's go back to the end here. That's it, there we go. All right, notice how much less of that old ice we have. And so we are getting to a tipping point of melting that North Pole ice, and there's an important ramification. The ice, if you fly over the North Pole, you see it's white. The snow or the ice, you want to call it, it's white. When that ice melts and you have ocean water, the ocean water is darker in color. Darker colors, we started off this discussion, darker colors absorb more radiation than warmer colors, okay, than lighter colors. So if you have darker ocean instead of ice, you're now warming the ocean water more, and then that slows the formation of more ice, and it's like a feedback loop, and that's going to accelerate the loss of ice there at the North Pole. And again, those warming ocean waters are very important. All right, something local here, lake effect ice, lake ice here on the Great Lakes. Of course, you're going to get big ups and downs. Okay, you're going to get massive ups and downs, but the trend, okay, this is the percentage of peak ice cover. That means every winter, you get to a point in every winter where you have the most ice on the lakes. And so that peak amount of ice was 60% ice coverage on average back in 1973. And you can see that's dropped to almost 40%, just over 40% in 2020. So we are seeing a decrease in lake effect ice. That's bad news, because if you like sunshine in the winter, well, lake effect clouds are what keep us kind of socked in all winter long, and that's when you have the open ice, the open water. If you have ice-covered lakes, that's less moisture to go into the atmosphere. You have less of that cloud cover. But with less ice, you get more lake effect snow. So on the western side of the state, and it sounds counterintuitive, climate's warming, but more snow. Well, in the western side of the state, lake effect snow is trending upward. Again, massive differences year to year, but if you look at the average, just put the average line, fit it through, and you can see that lake effect snow is actually increasing. All right, I want to show you a couple of photos showing you a physical impact. This is Muir Glacier in Alaska. This was a photo taken in 1941, and there's a photo taken in 2004 from the exact same spot, virtually the exact same spot. And you can see how much this ice has retreated. I mean, the thickness of the ice, you can read it there. The thickness of the ice has decreased by a half mile. The glacier itself has retreated 7 miles. That doesn't happen just because you had a warm year or two, okay? That is a direct impact of a planet that's warming. Now this was just sent, I got this just within the past 2 months from an Ohio State University professor, Lonnie Thompson, a researcher, and I can't even pronounce the name of the glacier there in Peru, but anyhow, the next photo is going to be from a slightly different vantage point, but I want you to remember like this thing right here. This is a good landmark right here, but look at the extensive nature of this glacier going all the way down here. And now so that thing I just pointed out is here. And so you can see this is a lake now. This is a lake, and you can see how much that glacier has retreated. So we're losing our glaciers. I mean, I in 2000 did an Alaskan cruise, and one of the excursions, we took a helicopter ride onto Mendenhall Glacier. I got to walk around on the glacier for like 20 minutes, and then afterwards we kayaked on the lake at the base of the glacier, and I just, it's like, man, I just hope this is there for people to experience, for my grandkids to experience someday. I mean, we're just losing our glaciers, and for some people in other parts of the world, that's like water that they're losing. All right, this is going to start. I want to stop this before it does anything. Stop. Okay, so let's talk about temperature, and we're going to get into rainfall in a little bit here. Let's talk about temperature. If the climate was not changing, you would have pretty much a roughly equal amount of heat versus cold records, okay? And so this is normal in the middle. That's normal. And then the farther away you get from normal, the more extreme the heat or the cold is. And you can see this is the frequency as you go down. The frequency, so in other words, the more extreme the heat, the lower the chance, or the lower the frequency it occurs. Same thing with cold. So the farther you get from normal, the lower the chance that stuff's going to happen. Okay? So that would be in a perfect non-changing climate. Now I'm going to show you what has happened. Come on. I don't want to waste your time here. Come on. Oh, there we go. All right, so watch what has happened. We're going to show you how it has shifted. Okay, started in the mid-50s. So, I hope I want to make sure it stays there. Yeah, okay. So, what was a pretty extreme heat event back in the mid-50s, well now, look at the possibilities are here. And look at the frequency. Look at how much of these extreme heats, look at how much more of what was considered extreme heat here, look at how much more it is here. And then the same thing with cold. You can see, this doesn't mean that extreme cold doesn't happen, because like polar vortex, 2013, 2014, it just means that we see less of those extreme cold outbreaks. Okay, so you can see right there, you actually, in your own eyes, you just saw the actual shift in our climate over the past 70 years or so. All right, let's get into some impacts. Let's see. I'll just tell you real fast. Western wildfires, this isn't water, but I'll just tell you, as temperatures, which are the white line, as temperatures go up out west, you can see the bars, the increase in wildfires, and you all know what happened with wildfires this year. So, again, you know, if you make it drier, you make it hotter, it's more predisposed for wildfires. All right. This is precipitation. I'll explain something real quickly. When you warm the planet, you evaporate more ocean water into the atmosphere. That atmospheric humidity is what storms turn into precipitation. The increase in that atmospheric humidity is documented. There's no questioning it's happening. And every part of the country is seeing an increase in the top 1% of precipitation events. My old buddy Chuck Yadico, I just talked to the other day, by the way. Chuck, he always called it the extreme extremes. So the most extreme of the extreme weather events. And look at this. The northeastern part of the United States, that's us. The northeastern U.S., we are seeing the biggest increase in those extreme precipitation events. Put simply, we have put the atmosphere on steroids. More humidity, more moisture up there means storms have more to work with to produce precipitation. And it's not just rain, it's snow. The Super Bowl Sunday snowstorm of 2015, third biggest snowstorm in Detroit history. What was it, like 16 inches of snow? Okay, that was a whopper of a storm, but More atmospheric moisture meant more snow from that one, but a lot of this is rain events. A lot of this is rain events, and also tornado outbreaks. Now, this is kind of interesting because what we've got here is a graph, and what we have, it's the number of tornadoes that are in the largest tornado outbreaks. So you look at you just chart the largest outbreaks of tornadoes, and you look at the numbers. So that's what the yellow line is just you go year by year. But again, you're seeing that the number of tornadoes in the biggest tornado outbreaks are increasing. And by the way, you can see it up there. Wintertime and especially nighttime tornadoes are increasing. That's really bad because nighttime tornadoes kill more people than daytime tornadoes. So just in case you're wondering about tornadoes, I won't spend too much time. Who has allergies? Who knows somebody with allergies? Okay. Well, allergy seasons, by the way, let's talk about the amount of pollen that plants produce. Well, in this warming climate, oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the allergy graph. This is the, yeah, it is. It's the growing season. Sorry about that. I just got the graphs mixed up in my head. All right, so the growing season is getting longer, okay? You can see since 1970, our growing season is like a month longer. Now, that's not always good because if you have an earlier start to the growing season, then you get one of those frosts in like May, and that just happened. It's happened three times in the last 23 years. We've had that like early bloom up, and then we had that frost in early May, decimated the state's cherry crop and other fruits. But anyhow, growing season is getting longer, so if you have allergies, it's a longer allergy season. But wait, there's more. Now the pollen. Here's what, this is basically the amount of grains of pollen that plants produce currently. And you can see in the warming climate with the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, your allergy seasons are not just becoming longer, they're going to become more intense because plants are going to be producing more pollen. Okay? All right, I just get into some local stuff, and I'm almost done, by the way. Let me check the time here. What time is it? Oh, good, perfect, because I'm almost done. All right, so I did my own little study on record heat versus record cold. So again, if the climate wasn't changing, it wouldn't be exact. It'd be roughly 1 to 1. So in the decade of the 1990s, we had a 3 to 1 ratio of heat records versus cold records. That by itself would be significantly indicative of a warming climate. In the decade of the 2000s, that number was 6 to 1, record heat to record cold. And then the 20-teens, I guess we'll call it, 2010s, it was a 3.5 to 1 ratio of record heat to record cold. And then in the current decade, which started in 2021, we have 14 warm records, 1 cold record. So that's the number right now. So you're just seeing the impact of the warming is more extreme heat. And by the way, as I mentioned, with snow, that's impacted too. 6 of our top 15 all-time snowiest winters have occurred since 2002. So those storms, again, have more moisture. More hot summer days. We're seeing nearly 18 more days above normal for daytime temperatures in the summer. I'm going to skip through a lot of the stuff. This isn't water. If you're wondering what season's warming the most, winter is actually warming the most, followed by fall. Then you can see spring and summer. And just a final couple of slides. Okay, this white line here is currently our average temperature for each day of the year. So in the middle of summer, you imagine, middle of summer, you're warmest, and then middle of winter is where you're coldest, and you see the transitions in spring and fall. Okay, if there are significant cuts to the emissions, we can't stop the warming rate. Now remember, we need to slow, flatten the curve. We need to slow the warming. We're past the point of stopping it. Okay, you can see, midsummer, this is 90 degrees, so our average high, which right now in the middle of summer is 83, 84 degrees, if we make significant cuts right now, or at least over the next 5, 10 years, we can maybe level that off at maybe 90. But if we don't do anything, and right now our trajectories are that, but we're probably not going to go this bad. But you can see we're well into the 90s for an average high. I actually interviewed a climate scientist a number of years ago, specialized in regional climate change, and he actually said that in 75 years, if nothing is done, a Southeast Michigan summer will feel like a Southwest Missouri summer. That's from a climate scientist. All right, so as I mentioned, flattening the curve is important. So you can see here with extreme cuts, and I'm not a fan of extreme. We just have to do something. We can't just go cold turkey. But you can see if we make extreme cuts, there is still warming going on for decades here. And finally, as you get into the 2040s, 2050 range, then you start to level off, and maybe it starts to come down a little bit. But our current path right now is this. And so, again, the warmer world just means more ocean water being evaporated. That's more heavy rain events. I think that's, just right now we average 13 90-degree days a summer. By the year 2100, that could be 68 90-degree days in the summer. And fewer nights below freezing is something you would expect, but that's not good news. We need some periodic Arctic blasts in the winter because that kills pests that we don't like. Right now we're seeing with the warmer winters a greater attrition, or a lower attrition of things like ticks and stuff. So we need periodic Arctic blasts just to kill some of those wintertime pests. All right, that's the last slide. I think I did it right in 45 minutes, so we have lots of time for discussion. But basically, carbon dioxide, it remains in the atmosphere for hundreds to thousands of years, and so we have to flatten the curve. We can't, it's an extreme position to say that we have to go cold turkey and we cannot get off of carbon now. But we can augment. I mean, we can start to try and put more renewable resources. And then from a stormwater runoff situation, and I've already had this discussion with a couple of you, society has a big decision to make. Either one, communities are going to have to improve the stormwater runoff infrastructure, because that infrastructure was developed 100 to 120 years ago, and it was designed to basically handle up to what was then called a 100-year event. Well, those 100-year events are common now, and we're even seeing more common, 200-year events, 500-year events. We've had some 1,000-year events over the past few years here. So the infrastructure either needs to be improved by the cities, or nothing is going to be done, and then just you have to leave it to the insurance companies to have to just pay the claims. Now, either way, we're going to pay the bill because we're either going to pay for it in higher taxes or we're going to pay for it in higher insurance, premiums. But the bottom line is that this infrastructure, which was such a great innovation, something that was so great to our quality of life, it's just basically become outdated because of the effect of the warming on the extreme precipitation events. And we are just seeing, you've seen them in the last few years. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'll just say one last thing. I remember the Great Flood of 2014, August 2014. That was an extraordinary amount of rain. I think it was 6 inches of rain in 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, I believe. And I never forgot, even though I had to work the morning newscast the next morning, reporting live from the flood in Warren, which was ground zero, my buddy Tim Pamplin at the station was reporting. I was still watching our 11 o'clock news. I wanted to see some of the coverage to see what was going on. And Tim Pamplin was reporting from the intersection of 696 and I-75. And what he showed is something I will remember for the rest of my life. The water was all the way up to the bottom of the overpass. I want you to think about that for a minute. The water at that interchange was up to the bottom of the overpass. The next day, the Detroit Police Department sent divers out there to make sure there weren't people in the cars. Divers on a freeway. Okay, that's what I'm talking about with infrastructure. Okay, sometimes it's just a matter of pumps failing. Sometimes it's a matter of just so much water that the system just physically cannot handle that much water. But that's what we're talking about, and that's really going to be our future. So with that, like I say, a good chunk of time for questions, discussion, anything that you want to throw at me regarding this. And if I don't know the answer, I brought a lot of the papers I read. I brought a lot of that stuff here. I'll try and find it for you, but
Thank you, Paul.
So I don't know everything, but I know a lot. So anyhow, all right. Any questions? Yeah.
Questions. I'll bring this up if we need it, but go ahead. Go ahead, Micah.
I was just wondering, is the growing season elongating equally on both sides, or is it skewing more towards longer on the fall end or longer on the spring end?
From what I hear, it's both, but like I say, the real concern is not the fall, but the spring, because, again, you green that stuff up early and then you get a frost, you kill those fruit buds, and it's happened. We lost 90% of our tart cherry crop in 2002 or 3, I can't remember which year, and then 2012, I think it was, 2012, that was that heat wave in March where we were in the 70s and 80s for 9 straight days. Now, some of you might remember that, maybe not. But 9 straight days of 70s and 80s in March, everything bloomed up, and then we, of course, got a frost. And again, we lost most of our fruit crops here in the state. So so we all get giddy when we get those early warm-ups in spring, but we just need it to be a day or two, okay? We don't need like a week or two of it, because that's when, it gets all screwed up. Like where? Just so I could ask where. Flagstaff. Okay, Flagstaff. I've been to Flagstaff actually. Okay. Yeah.
So there's a lot of conversation about climate refugees, and Michigan as being that climate refuge location. I'd be curious to hear just sort of how you see that playing out over the next 25 or 30 years.
All right, I can't comment about the refugee part of it because I don't know what policy is going to be or anything like that. But I will tell you, and I told Julia, where are you, Julia? I think I said to Julia right at lunch today, I said, or maybe it was down here, but anyhow, you better feel really lucky you live in Michigan, and if you ever decide you're going to move, keep your property here, because I want to tell you, we are surrounded by 20%. I'll say that again. We are surrounded by 20% of the world's available surface freshwater. 20%. We never worry about water around here, but there's like much of the rest of the world that is. I still remember as a kid going to California. My dad didn't take us, and we all did driving trips, those educational driving trips. One year, though, he took us to the Rose Bowl, and we're in LA. We went to a restaurant, and I remember this as I would have been 15, 16 years old. There was a sign on the table, water served only upon request due to the drought. It really struck me, it really struck me. And again, we were just talking about this. One of the reasons that we have unrest in Israel right now is because freshwater access. The Israelis have been great stewards of freshwater, but you have another group of people that want their own state, and there is concern about who should have access to what freshwater. Other places in the world, it's the same thing. Believe me, water is going to be who is it? Was it you that said that water is the new oil? Yeah, water is the new oil. And believe me, like with some of I showed you the glaciers. There's some glaciers out in Asia that they're just disappearing. And what would happen is every year it would snow on those glaciers, and then you'd get melting of the glacier in the spring. That water would come down. That would be water that they would live on. And if those glaciers go away, their water's gone. Right now, and I just heard from a colleague, a meteorologist in Brazil, the Amazon, the drought is so bad because of the El Nino, which has been enhanced by the warming of the climate. The El Nino has made it so dry in the Amazon right now that there's a river in there that I think it might be the Amazon River, that has completely dried up in spots. The actual water is not there. He sent me pictures. The water's gone. There are villages in there with the only access is with that river. The only access to these villages is that river, and they don't have water right now. So, that's why I call it global warming. That's why I love the term global warming, because this is a planetary impact due to this warming. And there are people all around the world that are suffering from lack of fresh water, which was your question, fresh water. And so we're lucky to live where we live. Listen, don't take our water for granted, folks. I do everything I can at home not to waste water. And I was just saying, I want that program. I want your program to come to Farmington Hills. So I want that rain barrel. but yeah, it's please. Really cherish your water, please.
Other questions, Jim?
You mentioned that it's true that the Arctic region is warming faster.
Yep.
Than our area, and also that we've had these El Nino. Arctic
polar vortex.
Vortex.
Oh, polar vortex. Yeah.
Is part of that as the temperatures in the two regions get closer to each other, that's affecting the jet stream, and like everything else, you know, like a top spinning, as it slows down, it loses its circle effect. Do you see that happening, and what do you think that's the result of that?
That is a very active, did you all hear the question, by the way? Okay, that is a very active body of research right now, and what Jim said is essentially correct in that, as you know right now, it's much colder up at the poles than it is at the equator, and we are at what's called the middle latitudes. So where the temperature change is the greatest is where you have your jet stream. So if the Arctic is, which it is warming faster than the lower latitudes, then the difference in temperature between the higher latitudes and the lower latitudes means a weaker jet stream, according to the research. And a weaker jet stream means there are more big peaks and valleys. So the peaks and valleys, if you're under one of the big peaks, one of the big mountains, that's warm, hot, sunny, whatever. If you're in one of the big valleys, that's polar vortex, if it's winter. And so that is, and plus, when you have the big peaks and valleys, we call that high index pattern or high index flow. When you have the big peaks and valleys, that is a slower moving pattern. So let's say you're in between the peak and the valley. That's the storm track. And if you're in that storm track, and that storm track is now moving slower because the jet stream is progressing, that pattern's progressing slower, now you're getting more of these big storm systems, and now the higher rain events from those storm systems. I mean, we had a tremendous, that situation set up in 1993. The Mississippi River, the flooding was beyond what I can describe to you. It was just storm after storm after storm after storm, just dropping inches and inches and inches of rain. And so, yes, the fact that the Arctic is warming faster than the lower latitudes is weakening the jet stream, we think. Again, there's still an active body of research going on, but we think, and that weakened jet stream gives us the bigger dips and valleys, which moves slower across the country. So it's like, remember this past May? Remember we had 3 straight weeks with no rain? Yes. Remember that? It was beautiful, actually. Okay, we all rejoiced in that, but that was a pattern where we had one of those big peaks over us, and it just didn't move for the better part of 3 weeks. So, yeah, great point. Yep. Yes?
Your first couple slides, you showed how the spin and rotation and axis of the Earth are explained past climate events.
Yeah.
Well, they recently discovered that we pumped some of the groundwater out of the Earth that we actually have affected the axis of the Earth. You know they've done any research into see how that plays out?
Yeah, I haven't. By the way, did everybody hear that? Okay, yeah, I have not seen any papers about that, so I can't really comment on it. I heard about that too. I really don't know. But then there's also, when you have, a massive earthquake, they say it might, slightly affect the Earth's orbit or something like that, or the Earth's rotation. But I have not heard of that. But the thing is, that didn't happen back in 1880 when or 1850 when the Industrial Revolution happened. So, so the warming was initiated by changing the atmospheric composition of those heat-trapping gases. Could that exacerbate it? I mean, we'll have to see what the research says. I'm not discounting it. I'm just saying I have not seen papers on it yet, and I'm waiting for those papers. I'd like to see that. I've heard of it, though. Yeah.
Any other questions for Paul? Jason.
My last stream bank restoration project, we were completing a project, and I was talking with one of our consultants, and there was a little tidbit of information that could be a small factor moving forward to how we look at stream bank restorations and just our natural banks for transporting water and things like that. And what was brought up to me was spring and fall. I love spring and fall. Well, those seasons, it was told to me that they are slowly diminishing, that the time period between winter and summer, and then summer and winter, are rapidly closing the gaps on spring and fall. So when you have that, the rapid from cold to hot, hot to cold, you don't get that gradual cool down or things like that, moisture in the soil. So how could that be affecting some of our, whether it's man-made infrastructure or some of our natural infrastructure on our stream banks? Would you see any validity in that of spring and fall slowly diminishing to the point where, I don't know, maybe 30, 60, 90 years where go from winter to summer, summer to winter?
Well, it's interesting you asked that. Now, first of all, I have not read any papers about that, so I can't comment on that aspect of whether spring and fall are getting smaller. But it's funny you bring that up because I have noticed that it seems to me that when we get into fall, the nicer fall weather, I mean, again, you have ups and downs in the fall, just like you do in the spring, but it seems to me that the nicer weather just seems to be extending later into the fall. And I'm actually, that might be one of the next things I do as a little study, a little research study, is to look back on all the records and just try to, look at each fall and see when did that final, shift occur where we shifted into like more winter type temperatures, and see if I can just kind of chart the date of that or the week of that, however I want to do it, and see if that's actually the case. Because it's funny you bring that up, because I've noticed that, again, I don't know if I can say that the fall's getting smaller, but it seems to me that the fall seems to be just extending later into the season. And by the way, with that happening, it seems to me that leaves are taking longer to drop from the trees. And what was happening is in Farmington Hills, where I live, the last yard waste pickup was the first Monday in December, and there were some years where I still had leaves on the trees. And it was like, my God, I had to keep those bags in my garage all winter. And so I actually talked to somebody on the city council, and they talked to the yard waste contractor, and they actually moved it to a week later to start in the spring, and a week later into December to pick it up. Because, I mean, I'm serious. There were years where I still had leaves on the trees, and it was the last yard waste pickup. And so that's another impact. But back to to the shoreline stuff. I mean, you've heard of the gales of November. Those big storms we get, those massive storms that we get in November. Sometimes they hit us, sometimes they hit west of us or east of us. But if the lakes are open and so in other words, you don't have your ice yet, and you're extending maybe you're shortening the fall, maybe extending that nicer weather later into the fall. Well, maybe now do you also extend the timing of those gales of November into later in November or into December? I mean, there's it's the whole thing with weather and climate. It's like the game of dominoes. You knock one domino and it knocks another, and it knocks another, and it knocks another. Well, that's what we're dealing with here. Some of the dominoes are more important than others, but everything is related, and one thing causes something else to happen. So, I haven't seen the research. I don't know if there even is research, but it is actually an interesting question, and maybe I'll actually have more of an answer to that after I do my research into fall. But that's an interesting question. Yeah.
And I think I actually appreciate the fact that Paul is only commenting on what he's read about or researched. So about that, I mean, I would actually say, my little bit I've looked into it, that's true for spring, but not for fall. Fall has gotten much.
Well, that's
much
what I mean. Yeah,
longer.
it seems like spring.
One good way to look at it. One good way to look at it is when our ski resorts open.
Yeah.
They used to open before Christmas, and most of them are not anymore. They just can't get enough snow, man-made or natural, to open until after the holidays. And
by the way, you just made a good point about something, because you said I'm only telling you about things that I know and showing you science. One of the other great tactics of people who like to deny this science is they say, hey, back in the 70s, you said we were going into global winter. And they were talking about massive wintertime, just bitter cold, and we're just basically going into another ice age. And you know what the source of that was? It was a Time magazine cover story. That's right, it was a Time magazine cover story. And it's like, that's not a peer-reviewed science journal. And most climate scientists did not believe that either. There were a few that were thinking that maybe we were getting, because we had like a couple of really harsh winters in the mid-70s, and believe me, I was standing on the bus stop in those winters, and it was like 10 below in the morning, and I vividly remember I'd get on the bus, and exactly 7 minutes after I was on the bus, my fingers would start hurting because they were thawing out. It was so cold standing on that bus stop. So I remember those bitter cold winters. But again, most climate scientists, were not saying that we were going into another ice age. It was a Time magazine cover story. So if you ever hear that, hey, back in the 70s, they were talking about another ice age coming, it was Time magazine. Okay? Just so you know, that's another talking point, something you can remember.
Jay.
So on a personal level, do you miss the daily grind of doing the weather? And it seems like you're keeping busy. So what's been the biggest change for you in terms of the work you're doing now versus having to report the weather every day?
Well, thank you for asking. You worked someplace for 40 years. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, I was born and raised here, went to U of M, and I My childhood dream as a 7-year-old was to be a Channel 4 weatherman. And so I got to do that for 40 years, so how blessed am I? But, you know, when you work 40 years at a place, some of the closest friends of your entire life are people that you work with. And, I mean, there's one guy who's not at the station any longer, but he and I are literally like brothers. I mean, we're literally like brothers. And so I miss the people terribly. What a lot of people don't know is that I do private meteorological consulting. I've done it for 37 years now. And so I've had basically 2 jobs my whole career. And so I'm doing that. There was a change in case law here in the state over the summer, and I'm now inundated with that work. I don't even know how I would have handled both jobs, you know, if that. And I didn't know this was going to happen when I retired. Just so you know, I didn't know that was going to happen. And so, so maybe things happen for a reason. But you know, do I miss it? Yes and no. I don't miss not having control over my schedule. I mean, I have more. I mean, like, you know, with having control over my schedule, I can do this. If I was working at the station, I couldn't have done this. You know, I mean, I volunteered at a food pantry on some Fridays and hand out food. You know, there was a period about a month ago, I went through a 10-day period where I had 6 either funerals, condolence calls, or memorial services to go to. And I could get to all 6 of those because I had control of my schedule. So, so there's that. That's, you know, that's good. But then, you know, remember the night of the tornadoes? Okay. They let me keep the Twitter account at the station, so I'm still, you know, updating people on Twitter with warnings and radar and things like that. And so that night I was doing that. One lady said, "Hey, listen, I'm in my basement right now with this tornado warning. Your Twitter feed is you're telling me what I need to know." And I felt engaged. But as I was watching some of the people, you know, on TV, I thought, God, I'd be doing that better. So, you know, but that's what I did. I mean, you know, storms and tornadoes, big storms, tornadoes, that was was my specialty. That's the stuff I did best. So I felt I was at my best in those situations. And, you know, part of me was saying, you know, maybe I'd be having a better impact if I was on the air and people were watching than as opposed to just, you know, on my phone tweeting it. But you know, yeah, listen, a page turns in everybody's chapter. And so, and there might be some other opportunities, some things. I have some ideas, but yeah, I just enjoy having at least control of my schedule. I was able to get up north a little more this summer, so that was good too. And you know, got to make a few more golf course greenskeepers angry over the summer as well. So, but any other questions about this stuff? Anything else? And thanks for asking, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah, the leaves changing color, that's based on several things. I mean, every year, diminishing daylight. Pardon me? Well, yeah, if the trees are stressed, they can change colors earlier and not as vibrantly because we had a lot of drought this year. But you know, the diminished daylight, diminished sunlight is what every year causes leaves to start that change. And then things like cold nights, warm nights, things like that, you know, impact the timing of the change. But I was just up north last week, and I noticed. I mean, there was some. It was interesting. There were some areas where there was a lot of color, but there were other areas where there was like no color. It was really weird. It wasn't like up north was all a blaze of color, and it usually is this time of year.
So one last round of applause for Paul, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting. So I know we're kind of at the end of our time today, so we appreciate everyone hanging out with us for the day and spending some day learning about some very new, interesting concepts and ideas. Anyone who needs a PDH, if you're an engineer and need a PDH, make sure you email Alyssa. We'll get a certificate out to you. And I'm going to give Jim Nash the last word. Thank you guys again for coming to Lawrence Tech.
Really appreciate it, folks. These are always very educational. I learn something every time I do them, and that's not unusual. So I really appreciate it. We hope to see you next year, and we'll be talking about all kinds of new things. So thanks so much for coming.